we try to you know, continue with our chit chat for about 10 minutes, as we always do, to look at the latest in terms of information that is being given to the to people, sometimes via the editorial of the Sun or the Chronicle.
Well, tonight, I intend to look at the editorial for in the Chronicle, dated Friday, the 1st of August, 2025. And the editorial here is Duty, Free Promises Without Protection. And here is it. To its credit, the government has expanded the number of duty-free items this year, starting October 1st. Everything from canned tuna and orange juice to toothpaste and sanitary napkins will be free from imported duty and VAT.
You know, when that was said, I said, but Doctor McIntyre, what's there for the men? What's there for the men?
Well, you know, Cecil is very controversial. I would bring, but not now. That should, in theory, bring meaningful relief to families. But based on history, we know better than that to trust that the savings will automatically trickle down. Retailers have learned there are no consequences for ignoring these duty cuts. They know there is no agencies checking invoices, no watchdog forcing them to reflect lower costs on their shelves. And I'll come to the one where he say, but good intention and are meaningless without execution. Government must do more than announce policies. It must police them. A strong, independent consumer protection board should be actively monitoring prices, investigating complaints, and take legal action against any businesses that exploit loopholes or ignore public policy.
As they're saying this, I just want to find out, we're living in a liberalized world. Government do put the necessary framework in place that will ensure that the business people take note of what the government has indicated. But what about our rights as individuals? If I heard the Prime Minister, was it the Prime Minister in Parliament, made mention of Asta fans, already looking at the cutting down of the prices. I think as consumers, we have a role to play also. We need to remind people what the cost was yesterday and what it's supposed to be.
Yes, I agree. But there should be persons monitoring, because for instance, yes, we have a right. If we go in a place and we see a tin of corned beef for $20, we don't have to buy it if we know that the price of corned beef, let's say a corned beef is $10. Let's say that. But if, for instance, we are noticing when we go to the different business places that the price of corned beef is not sticking to the price that it's supposed to be, we should pay for it, then it means that the businessman is robbing the revenue.
I want to agree with you. I totally want to agree with you that we have to start monitoring. I don't know about price control, because I'm trying to, because I made my research to find out where else do we witness price control and the efficiency of price control to various states. And I wasn't able to gather that information. I was able to get that information to see this country has price control. This country, if they do not keep to the prices that's supposed to be maintained, that the government can take them to court. I didn't see this week.
Well, yeah, you're right. But the fact is that, remember, VAT was a revenue generating framework or policy that the government wanted to raise revenue because of the economic situation. So VAT was introduced.
And do not just pass by with it. And it did well. It did beyond
its expectation.
Yes. And we need to, that for me, as I've said to people, when we speak about those things in reference to the increase, it means that there were much more transaction than expected. So do not just say that the VAT was beyond the expectation. We have to also cap it up by saying that there was much more business than expected. That's why the VAT amount was beyond what is
Well,
expected.
the VAT, as far as I know, was a policy introduced by Pierre Charles. I mean, people said it was the bitter pill. Let us take the bitter pill. He imposed the VAT, and many people were very annoyed with that VAT. But
Before the VAT, we had the 7%, 7.5%.
yes,
Before the VAT, it was something called
the name I can't remember.
something sales tax. It was called sales tax.
Yeah.
It was called sales tax.
But now that the government is reducing VAT on many items, that which should make it a little bit easier for the consumer, which is the man on the street, to give him relief or give her relief. And therefore, we have to ensure that the government policy is implemented. And I find that we need now to be very strict about it. Yes, we have to be liberal in our thinking, but at least a policy has been set into motion, and therefore we must execute that policy.
And I totally want to agree with you. And I think from central government point of view, talking about the decrease, talking about price control and giving the consumer
some relief.
I think proper monitoring of that relief must be done.
Right, because when you reduce the VAT, you allow more money to remain in the pocket of the housewife.
Yeah. And Roosevelt's, the Prime Minister of Dominica, was able to say that the housewife is a better spender or a better manager
of the money.
Monies. Yes.
Yeah. Because basically they realize that when you give them money, they have to make sure that they execute properly.
And many times we ask ourselves when we give the wives money, and we see they go into for an entire month, we try to wonder, how is that possible? Yeah, but
the housewife always know how to manage the money, because basically when you give the wife, let's say, $1,000 in her pocket, you don't want her to come in the middle of the month and ask you for another 1,000, You want to make sure that the 1,000 you give her, she'll stretch the money. And so that is why, the housewife is usually very strict in terms of spending.
So we need to compliment the government, though, for being so prudent.
Yeah, in the relief.
In their spending, we saw that they managed spending quite well, as you saw in the last budget that was read 2 Fridays ago, and it's an indication that not just the government, but you can see the people in a whole. By virtue of this saying, most time people say things hard, things tough, but we are managing what we have.
Well, when I heard the budget and all these goodies, I myself was beginning to look to see whether elections was somewhere in December, coming up December, because when you see all these goodies going on, you begin to look over your head and
but you see,
well, maybe Skerrit going to call election just now.
No, if you look at Roosevelt Skerrit administration, every budget, people tend to think the next year will be elections. We remember Roosevelt Skerrit looking as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, looking at taxes and how he was able to cut down taxes to where it is presently, really allowing people to have much more in their pockets. So we have to, while people might be saying what they think, wrong or right, the point is central government has been very much more cognizant of what the people think, because again of those discussions that they have in the public.
Right. Let me say one last one before Mr. Gerad coming. Trump's hit India with 25% tariff, extra penalty for Russian oil purchase. So it seems to me that Trump now is doing certain things. If you're dealing with certain countries that he feels that is adverse to American interests, and so he's now pulling out tariffs.
He says in his campaign, let's make America great again. But I don't think that he has the right dosage in terms of allowing the world to be a little bit more liberal. Because what you're going to find is when America tend to think, when the United States will think that trade will be increasing by virtue of cutting down taxes or increasing trade taxes to other countries, it's just going to allow these countries to become more nationalistic.
Well, what they're saying, the experts are saying, with the measures that Trump is pulling out there, with all these tariffs, it will slow down the world's economy. Basically, because countries are now going to be looking inwards, and the economic growth that the world would be expecting most likely would be create a level of recession.
We have seen that in Canada already. Canada has already say, and they are already working towards ensuring that their citizens become much more patriotic, and by virtue of that, you're seeing that they are spending much more, and quite a lot of things of the Americans are coming from the Canadian shells. So it's not something that's a good dose to the Caribbean. We have an expert, a political scientist.
Right.
So when we come to that discussion, because I love my politics.
Right, but you know that he's also threatening tariffs on the Caribbean.
On the Caribbean, yes. Yeah.
So the Caribbean is not exempted.
No, we know that.
All right. So I raised that issue with you just for as a sort of introduction later on when we'll ask the great political scientists about that. Yes, so these are the 2 points I would like to raise.
So I just want to say good evening to Sandra Sayer, Brent Samuel, and Marlene Claudette Loblack. They are watching. Yolan Kepper is also watching. David Montana is watching. Good evening to you, David. Elsa Proctor is watching. Cedric Hille, good evening, my good buddy, my brother. Cedric, good evening to you. David Montana, I know that you are happy about the program tonight. Hamilton Paulo Joseph, good evening to you. Jennifer Bradshaw Green, my good friend in Libla Lane, good evening to you. And quite a number of people are actually watching already. Winnie Green, good evening to you, my brother. Good evening to you, my guest. Good evening to you, doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Joseph. Good evening to your co-host, Mr. Adams. It's a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me loud and clear? Thank you very much. Before I move further, permit me to say thank you for inviting me here to discuss with you this evening. I have paid attention to the title of your program since its inception, and with interest, because I like the title Lakou. It suggests to me the happenings of a close-knit neighborhood. And even though the neighborhood is not close-knit, but the happenings of a neighborhood where everybody sees and knows, and everybody participates in some way or form for the development of the community. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to you too for coming. It's very important. People need to know of people's struggle before their glory. People see the glory now, but may not have known the struggles. And we are going to discuss all of that struggle, and then coming to the whole concept as to what made you, what helped in making you who you are today. You are so right talking about the Lakou, but if you remember, Dr. Jean-Jacques, when we were growing up, we used to say that was the people were actually trying to get the Creole word. They were doing too much beef, and that's the word I'm looking for. In the Lakou, we used to say that this neighbor is weighing us, weighing another one, or talking beef about somebody else. So while you're saying that, it just dawned on me the things that we did and say in the Lakou. It's important.
Well, I know, for instance, in my Lakou, where I grew up in Finsland, everybody had the concept that we're going to look after one another. Yes, meaning we were really vain, but we were looking out for each other's interests. That's why I know it, because we were in the boot shop. So we could hear what the next door neighbor is doing, and the next door neighbor could hear what we're doing.
Some persons didn't have the opportunity to be in the Lakou or in the yard, where many other children grew up with them. Some of them were kind of somewhat isolated, but in the community, in the streets. And that's why tonight we have Gerad, who came from the streets of Cork Street. But prior to Cork Street, Gerad, give us a setting of your life growing up very early.
Boy, Cecil, boy. The struggle has been long and tough, Cecil. People see me today now, and I suppose the way I carry myself, you never have a clue of the journey that came before. I don't want to make it appear to be one of serious misery. No, it wasn't. I had very poor parents, but they worked very hard. And they instill in us principles of industry, of caring and sharing, discipline, of solidarity, caring and sharing, of honesty, and of gratitude. These principles, Cecil and Miss Adams, my mother always said, the person who gave you that gift last week, or the person who said something nice to you because you got a gift at school, go say thank you. And so from then, such principles have remained within me. Gratitude. You know what gratitude does? I mean, you can take it on the surface level as just thank you. But it's more than that, Cecil and Miss Adams. If you think of gratitude, it actually is more reflection of the person saying thank you than it is of the one who actually gave. When you say thank you genuinely, of course, to somebody, you are saying, hey, I recognize that you have done something extraordinary for me. I accept you didn't have to do it. I accept that you have done so out of the deep, sincere desire on your part to help me. And therefore I humble before you. I accept your gift. I acknowledge it and I say thank you. So the thank you on a surface level is not just, you can take it on a surface level if you want, but it's not just a very simple term. So gratitude, respect. Cecily knew my mom.
Very well.
I'm not sure Miss Adams knew my father. My father was pretty much like me in many ways. He was very quiet. He smiled a lot. Very quiet. He pretty much like me. I don't talk too much, Cecil. I don't like too much talk, honestly. But my mother always said, talk when you have to. So I'm here. Me being here is the mother part of me.
And can you do it is a parler?
Oh yo. She had a sharp tongue to her.
Oh, she had a sharp tongue. My God. We'll talk about her, tonight.
We're
going to talk about her tonight.
Yeah.
Great mother.
But they always said everything has to be done with respect. So I grew up in this area, his neighborhood in Cork Street. And if you wish I can describe to which neighborhood in which I grew up, it's lower down where used to be around where Guyav used to be. So right to our left we had deceased Mary, not Mary.
That's your house, right?
That's where I grew up. My house is in Girardale.
No. That's where you grew up.
But I get you. Yeah. I grew up there. I also grew up I didn't just only live there. I also lived in the area opposite Community High School. So that's it. That's Cork Street.
So that's Cork Street.
That
is Cork Street.
Yes. Right. So that's where I spent most of it. It looks different now. It wasn't like that before, of course. It was a wooden structure before. Mm-hmm. Right. The ladder you see on the roof is because I think after Hurricane Maria, there was some work that had to be done. So most of my life was spent there, but I also spent time with my dad in Pong. Every day after school for many years, I would go to see him. And if he's not there, I'd wait for him. That's my mom, man. You see the hood is gone. That was after Maria. And I'm not too pleased that the paparazzi was taking that picture. So I look at the paparazzi, he's like, hey, what are you up to?
Until you have it.
Pardon me?
Until you have it.
But I also spent the last year of my dad's life with him in another house in the bushes, actually opposite Community High School, up on a hill there. So that's better than I. So that's me now here. But that's where I spent the last year of my dad's life. Actually, that window you see there, that's where my room was. And his was further back into the image. But that's where I spent the last year. That was a facility without any light and no running water, of course. For a period of time, every afternoon after school, I had to run up to play my part to dig the pit latrine. I would dig today, and if he comes home from work early than me the next day, he would dig his bit, etc., etc. That's how it was. It was up in the bushes. If you pass there, going up in the valley, you look up on the hill. I think the structure is still there after Hurricane Maria. It got damaged, I was told, but part of it is still there. That structure was built out of the sweat of my dad, two of his friends, Mr. Gifford and Mr. Ferdy, and myself. I was 10 back then, I think. 10? No, maybe a little older. But I was very young back then, and I was already in secondary school. If you ask me how I did it, discipline, Cecil, discipline.
Let's go back a little bit about that house.
Yeah.
It's a touching structure for me.
Cecil, why you have that napkin, that big roll of napkin there, and Cecil? But you're not gonna hold me tonight, Cecil. I go and share any tears. My dad died in 1982 and I cry every day, Cecil.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
And so I was saying that house, you said that your sweat is in that house. You worked in making sure that house was built so that you could live in it. But what you said was even more touching is the fact that at that time you built that, your dad and yourself and his two other friends, there was no latrine, there was no toilet. Let's put that way, not latrine. There was no toilet.
Nah.
There was no running water. There was no light, and that is less than 50 years ago.
That was in 1982, actually 81, 82. So he passed in 82. So I went to meet him in the summer of 81. We spent summer of 81 up to the summer of July 28, 1982. He passed away. So some years ago, but it doesn't feel that long ago, Cecil.
But you see that house, Gerad, doctor, young people seeing that today, they might deny you. They might say that's not true. That's not where you lived. Your Dr. Jean-Jacques, they wouldn't believe you.
Yeah. Well, I really don't pay much attention to what they believe, what they don't believe. But what I would tell them is the house is not me. The circumstances that they may have associated to the house, so they might see the house and say, Pomalowe, dastardly poor, Ipanya, yeah, whatever it is. That is not me. But what that house did to me was it contributed to what I am today because, one, it helped me develop discipline. Make ado with what you have. At no time in my life, says Mr. Adams, did I ever feel sad and blue and miserable, I never felt poor. I never felt unloved. Although I knew for a fact we had little. I grew Cock Street. We never had a TV in the house until very late. There was a TV in the house. Pretty much at a point when I was ready to go. That house, yes. Never had a television set until I think I was ready to go to my first degree in 1991 thereabout. And there a TV came on but by then of course I was pretty much a big boy, quote unquote. So we didn't have television. We didn't have the basic technologies that many of my friends, my compatriots had. But discipline, make do with much that you have. Be humble. Get creative for your survival. Work hard. My parents, both of them, always said, I'm doing it so you do not have to do it. My mother in particular said so every day. My father, we had a garden in a place called Livier-Claire. So Livier-Claire is called, in English, River Claire. It is in the valley between Mont Prosper and at the back of Girondelle, a place called Babia. Babia, if you might remember, Mr. Adams and Mr. Joseph, is a spot where back then there was a Rastafarian movement. So you had Rastafarians camping up there. So when you heard way back then of the Rastas, the Trotters, there was a guy called a Trotter, not Desmond Trotter, right?
Desmond.
Yeah. So these guys in my family as in my father's family, they were cool. We had no issues. They passed through the garden on their way up, early evening. On their way down, they pass through. Hello, hi. My father, his mother, and they exchange words, kind words. From then, I learned respect every man. Every man is just another version of you. Some have locks. Some have, essentially, a bald head. Does that mean you're any less of a man or greater of a man than I am? I happen today to have a sit through my experiences, through my education, through the work my parents have done, through my own personal initiatives. That doesn't make me greater of a man than you. If I cut myself now, the blood is red. If you test it under some fantastic scientific condition, you will see that, hey, we are the same. So my mother from very small, she used to tell us, the Rasta man who you hear the persecuting there, respect everybody. I remember that. Remember the slang, Babylon, the Babylon is freeze, we don't want to. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, not my mother. My mother was careful. And I knew my father was hand in hand with them. We had no issues. So growing up, this sense of respect, and that is why, part of the reason I'm here this evening, I sense somewhere along the line we have fallen by the wayside in terms of instilling in the generations coming up.
We're going to come to that.
Okay.
We're going to come to that.
Okay.
I want to go back a bit. It's important that people know Dr. Jean-Jacques a little bit more in terms of his tender age. When as a boy growing up, what was your first preschool that you would have attended?
Oh boy, you're hitting me there. Oh boy, suddenly I feel like I'm an old fella, man. Preschool. Okay, so I went to Miss Burton School. That was a little school opposite. It was located opposite where the St. Martin Primary School is. I think it's still there.
It's still there, right? On Virgin Lane.
Yes. So I had this Miss Vigilant. I'm not sure she's still around, but I haven't really seen her on her feet. But Miss Vigilant and Miss Burton, yeah, I have fond memories of that school. There was a lot of care in what they did. And as a result of that, my mother found the means to send us to school there. My sister and I.
But in those days when people would have gone to that school,
yes.
they would say they're like a bourgeois.
Yeah.
Because it's a private.
Miss
Burton School was one of the private high class preschool.
Yeah.
In fact, the leading one.
Yeah.
In fact, in Rose, it was the leading one. This one and Teacher Rose.
Yeah, Teacher Rose, yeah.
But Teacher Rose for more or less for the poor ones.
For the commoners.
But
when you're in teacher, when you're in
Burton School, you're considered to be an elite.
But here's the thing.
Yes, tell me.
My mother was what you call in French a poule couveuse. I'm not sure you said in Creole. That is, well, a brooding hen, always keeping the children under her wings. My mother thought that Miss Burton School as well as a Newtown Primary School would be less bad for me, less exposed to violence, vagabondism, the riffraffs than the other primary schools. And so for many years I walked up and down in front DBS from Cock Street to Newtown Primary opposite the Savannah. Nobody could understand how comes I didn't live in Newtown, but I was in Newtown Primary School. That was a reasoning. Same thing for...
I like that answer you gave because someone just said, boy, when you go to that school, you are a bougie. But not knowing that your mother had to do the sacrifice and send you there because she didn't want you to be into the schools where there would be more violence.
Bougie? Ha! Let me tell you a story. For many years, you know what our dinner used to be? She probably is smiling where she is now. Bread and butter and basilic tea. Sometimes bread and butter, 1.25 cents, or it was 10 cents bread by that time. And green tea. You know why green tea? We had relatives overseas who used to send the barrels for us. So boom, green tea readily available. Basilic grows in the yard. all she had to think about was just to get the margarine. And she would go out here. My mother sold, you know that? She sold everything.
Frozen Joyce.
Frozen Joy, submarine bowls.
Yes.
And I had to play my part. We used to take turns, my sister and I, by the roadside in the morning, and she comes after school, and I go to school.
Sitting on that little bench.
Yes. Right where opposite Framptons. You know where Framptons? Well, I'm not sure they're from.
Johnson. It's opposite Clico.
Okay, all right.
Clico.
There you go.
Yeah.
So sitting there selling the cake, everything, making the rounds. And at night we would go outside Caribbean Cinema to sell peanuts. I used to be right next to her where this gentleman has his ice cream place now. The guy from Flossie, the
yes,
son.
you're talking about
Island Ice Cream.
Yes, Island
Yes,
Ice Cream.
right there on the side, right there by the drain, right there. She used to be there on her stool selling the peanuts, and I sit right next to her. And I'm falling asleep, and she falling asleep, and I wake up, and she wakes up, and because I had to be her back up. So I couldn't fall asleep, even though she's sleeping, I couldn't fall asleep. That's how it was. It's a serious struggle.
Gerad, you're saying that there, and it's just so emotional, to be quite honest with you. I mean, we are saying Dr. Gerad, but hear what Dr. Gerad is saying that started his struggle.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, because those days when the Carib cinema is going on, you had many people selling their peanuts, the chiclet,
and mints,
and the mints, and the bubble gum, because people go into the movies.
Yes.
Yeah, they stop and have a,
I'm just told that Miss Vigilant is still teaching at the preschool.
Oh.
Wow, Mom.
If she's listening, I say good night to her. I haven't seen her in a very long time.
She's still teaching there?
That's what someone said.
I haven't seen her in a very long time.
I just want to say good evening to Boktong DJ Court. He said that he's watching.
Yeah.
And Sencroy said that they're locked. That is Buffer, Angie Swan watching. Good evening to you. It's quite a number of persons already looking.
Good.
So let's go back a little bit. Let's take our time, Gerad. I want us to take our time. Let's not rush it in terms of your upbringing, in terms of having to help your mom. You said about drink your bush tea at night. Maybe drink outside of your bush tea. You had to drink
cornmeal. We drink cornmeal, by the way.
Yeah,
cornmeal.
Yeah.
A lot of that. That was readily available.
Yes, cornmeal. So that means you had flour pap.
Actually, no, but my mother used to make shoe pap.
Shoe. She used to pong the shoe?
No, you know what is shoe?
Yes.
Tanya,
shoe, yes.
But my mother was creative, eh? She was deadly. My mother was very creative. My mother would give us Tanya pap. When she thought we had too much, like we used to love fig and balau, right? Fig and balau. During the week, fig and balau, I think Thursday was a soup of some sort. Saturday was maybe a braf or a pilau. But fig and balau was generally a flying fish during the week, and kai during the week. My mother, I don't know where she got a contraption. Something that you would put the boiled fig in there, you would squeeze it, and it comes out like rice. Who would have thought what she was doing? She recognized her children would get bored with the way she presented it. That's what she had to offer. She found a creative way to get the children to appreciate it. I swear to you, I appreciate it. I found it interesting, but there never was a moment where I felt, boy, we are badly off. Never. When I went to live with my dad, the poverty hit even harder. Of course, there was no running water, there was no light. How did I iron? So what I used to do, I used to wash by my mother a Friday afternoon, make sure the clothes up and dry. Then the morning when I got down, I would iron some. After school in the afternoon, before I go up with my dad, I would iron another portion. Every morning I came down in the morning because I had to take milk. Do you know where Davos is located?
Yes, by Mazabo.
Right, Mazabo.
Mazabo.
You were right in the bed there. You were right in the lane over there. Zabo. My dad used to sell milk there. I had the task of taking down the milk early in the morning while all the kids are in their school, in their bed sleeping. I used to trek from opposite community high school, but I didn't cross the river into the pitch road. I used to take the dirt road at the back of Emsall coming down there. If you ever walk up that area, I think it's very bushy right now. Through Emsall, come down with the milk. Sometimes I do wait for Zabo to open, deliver the milk, then walk down to Cock Street to meet my mom. There I would shower. I would have the breakfast. She always made breakfast for me, or sometimes I walked with my breakfast. It would be cow's milk, maybe. I used to make pawpaw juice with cow's milk because there's this pawpaw tree I liked. It had some nice sweet pawpaw on it, man. But I tried making pawpaw juice with cow's milk, raw, well, not raw, but just straight from the cow. Boil a little bit. It didn't come out so nice, but just to show you how much we went to make do with what we have. That, my brother, meant a lot back then, and not for a moment did I feel I was deprived of anything.
So your daddy had cows?
Yeah. My dad was a farmer, illiterate farmer, by the way. He couldn't read or write. All he knew was hard work. His name was Gerad Jean-Jacques. They call him Psycho. I never understood why. But years after he passed, I mean, trying to understand why they call him and Psycho. Psycho's not even matter.
No, Psycho's like a madman.
Yeah, but I swear to you, nothing the gentleman did. He was a sweet kind of a gentleman. Smiling, quiet, not talking much. When he meets with his pals, firing one or two, you know, he would be jovial and whatever it is. My father, if you drive up in the valley, again, looking over, across the river from community high school, you will see some steep pieces of cliff there. The man used to go up there with an axe and cut down trees, some kind of a paytan trees. I use the word paytan just to give a little real flavor, real indication to your listeners how big those, with an axe. Some steep hills. To do what? To make coal. He used to make, my father was on his everything. He used to make coal. He had cattle. So we would go up into La Claire from, if you lived in Pong at that time, yes, from Pong, from Bath Road, he lived with his family, or from up that place we call Upper Emsall, but it really is not Upper Emsall. It's really some other place I don't know the name. So we go up in the mountains, tend to his cattle, come back down. He also made Zaid. Illegally.
As a boat. What's he making Zaid is illegal?
Yeah, I can say it now because he's passed.
There's nothing legal about doing Zaid.
I can say it now because he's gone.
So your father
guess what? He was arrested once, you know. Yes, man. I feel somebody sold him out because where that lab was in the mountains, what police were doing up there? Somebody must have sold him out. You could stay up on the ridge at Mount Prosper and see the smoke, the boiling. You know, you had to boil stuff. You know. So one day after school, my mother frantically tell me somebody told her they arrest my father. I say I was quite taken aback. I was rattled. What, my father? What happened? So she went police station and whatnot, and I learned, boom. They had him in the cell there, and they destroyed the lab. My father had his hand in everything.
Someone asked me before we continue to ask you if you remember Maria, the lady who had cattle up there also.
Of course.
And Popoi.
Of course.
You remember Popoi? You remember?
Oh, that person knows the names.
You remember Willie, Master Willie?
That person knows the names.
You remember Gifford?
But Gifford was my dad's pal. Gifford and Mr. Ferdinand Ferdy.
Yeah, Ferdy.
I'm not sure if Ferdy is still around, but these three, they're three amigos.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, real pals. These were his people. So when he got it up, where that gentleman, Juiceman, no, not Juiceman, sorry. You see where Juiceman had his, Juiceman is passed now, but he had his shop.
Yes,
right
you're talking about Nawa.
Well, I'm not sure of that nickname. But there was a man, there's a big shopping fellow who has a pickup. Mm-hmm. Well, he's a right
Mr. Knight.
Good.
Mr. Knight.
My dad used to go there with the father of that. Back then, the father of that gentleman had a little bar. And they would go there. I would be in the pickup and I had to wait for him until he finishes drinking. One day I told him, my daddy, you had to cool on the drinking. You know what the man tell me? I look at me and told me, boy, you wasn't me drunk? No, daddy. When you see me drunk, that's when you tell me to stop. Otherwise, hush your mouth. That was the extent of his plucks. Never hit me. Never mean to me.
I'm glad you mentioned the word plucks. That's another lack.
But cockeye we used to say back then.
Yeah, plucks is later after Hurricane Maria, we started to use the word plucks. But before we used to say cockeye. So I'm happy that you mentioned that in that's words that we use in the yard.
Yeah.
Meaning cockeye meaning like
Never make
shame
you feel shame. Yeah.
Shame
Make you feel bad.
So let's go back a little bit about Live Eclair. Talking about Live Eclair and the life that you lived in Live Eclair. The daddy has to say about the cattle in the mornings. You have to try to bring that milk. So that meant I drank your milk too.
Oh, of course.
Because we used to have to buy that milk by
Oh,
Zabo.
from Zabo. Okay.
Yes. In that silver long cup. I can't remember the name.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. So tell us give us a little bit more.
Well, so but I never really walked from Live Eclair itself to town with the milk. By the time I used to do the milk runs, we lived just across Upper Emsall. But in Live Eclair, there's a gentleman called Cyrus. He probably is not sure if he's listening.
Cyrus Jean-Jacques?
Yes.
Yeah. What Cyrus is to you?
My cousin.
Your cousin, yeah.
Cyrus.
Living on Bath Road.
But no, he doesn't live there anymore. I don't think he lives
He doesn't live there
there.
anymore.
I think he's only Bath Sit. We were in contact, I think, up to a year ago or less, and I don't know. I've not stopped seeing him.
I saw him a few days ago.
But Cyrus was one of the soldiers of my dad. You know, he and another gentleman called Irvin, the right fellow. They were the soldiers. They were the real helpers. So I mentioned them because my father, what he used to do, he would milk the cattle early in the morning in Live, even in the mountains in Live Eclair. I sometimes spent 2 or 3 weeks in Live Eclair with my dad. No, that's bullshit. That's forest. That is not like opposite community high school. It's worse. It's bush. It's bush.
I know that, you know.
Well, it's bush.
I know that very
The only
that
food
very-
you have to eat is a manikou you eat. The agouti you will catch. My father had a gun, so we used to shoot some birds, some big birds. Kwabier. And the crabs you ate from the soil, literally. I can remember very clearly one night we were coming down from the hills, cutting bush and making book everything. And you know what we did for dinner? All we had was just rice, style of the dashing, etc. My dad said, let's go to the river to bathe and catch book. Went down there, saw bullseye, my brother, we bathe, we catch book. The next day, the latrine was loaded with red stuff. That to tell the amount of book that we... Now, book, I think it's crayfish in English.
Crayfish.
Yeah,
Good. So you ate from... But my mother now, what she used to do on the weekends, when Cyrus or my granny went down, my paternal granny went down, she would give them the things that I like rice, pasta, sugar, flour. She knows the things she knows that I like. A little boy growing up, she would give them so they would take care. So that would take care of things. But I tell you, my brother, I had a whale of a time growing up. I can never. Today, a portion of the WNT 3, the Waitikubuli Trail 3 passes through the garden. I have been planning a trip to go through. It'll be a very emotional experience because a lot of my life is there. And I don't know how it's going to be, but I still think of doing it. But to me, every time I think of doing it, I remember how steep the hill was down from Babia. It's a steep climb, you know,
I know.
from Babia going down to the family land and then going up to Mount Prospect, my brother, it's not a steep climb. I remember those days. But very critically, gentlemen, discipline.
As you're saying that someone is trying to get to you. I'm sorry, the person have to call back. I'm sorry about that caller. Yes.
Make a do with little.
I want us to come with that discipline, but I want to take the lifestyle that got you into that discipline first. So we spoke about supper. What was a normal lunch in let's take the call quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah. You started this Jean-Jacques that I talked there. Telling me Cyrus is not occupying his father's land in Emsall.
Cyrus is not occupying your father's land in Emsall.
And the house was too.
Well, that sounds like good news. My
Thank
dad
you.
and Cyrus were pals. My dad had a special affinity for Cyrus. So, but I hope I get in touch with him. We were working on a project. I have fond memories of Cyrus. I respect him a lot, and I hold him dear, and my dad as well did. So, it's all good.
Let's go quickly to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
So if you want to meet Cyrus, on Tuesday go at the Catholic Church. He doing some cleaning for the police. He's not taking care of the yard. Cyrus.
Oh.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
So you can get it on Tuesday.
Yeah, man.
Tomorrow, I will.
Tuesday,
a few days from now.
I know Cyrus. We have. No, he was one of the good guys to my dad. He helped my dad a lot, and my dad held him, dearly. So it was a good experience, and I hold Cyrus dear to my heart.
So what was breakfast like by your dad?
It depends. Breakfast with my dad or breakfast with my mom?
Your dad.
Oh, my dad was dashing chauffeur. Dashing chauffeur. Invariably, it was dashing chauffeur and cocoa tea. So the idea of butter, the idea of cheese, nothing like very clear. What you got was dashing chauffeur and cocoa tea. Cocoa tea for sure. That was grown in the yard. The cocoa, the tea, the coffee. This thing was grown in the yard. The dashing. I don't remember it being different. Sometimes we had, occasionally, maybe we would have had codfish, dashing, and cucumber. That's special. But generally, during the week, it will be dashing chauffeur and your cocoa tea. They did a lot of the cocoa tea, and my granny back also used to be there. Cocoa tea and the quem, the coconut milk. I think to this day I was told the trail, that portion of the trail passing through the garden, it is still lined with some of the tall coconut trees that grew up then. I don't know if it's the same coconut trees, but back then we had a number of coconut trees on the estate. Not a very big estate, but you call it estate, family land. And so coconut milk in there and some flour in there. You got it various ways, but that was it. Coconut, cocoa tea and dashing chauffeur, probably pempe chauffeur. For lunch, sometimes we had bread nut. There was a huge bread nut tree close to the kitchen. Huge. The bread nut fell pretty often, Yeah, man, that's how simple it was. That's how simple it was.
So why your mom would have sent you to live with your dad? Were you a troublesome guy?
Boy, my mother would smile. If she heard that question, she would smile. She thought I was troublesome and I was talkative. But that's not why she sent me, It's a good thing you asked me this question now, because I was asking myself this question a few days ago. Because my mom was a very strict woman. And she didn't just surrender her child just like that. And she had an issue with my dad because I guess she thought my dad had some other girlfriends. These adult romance situations. I don't know. And she knew it was a hard life. So she probably thought that it would be part of my education. Because she did the same. I have an uncle, a maternal uncle, her brother. Her youngest brother. Not sure if you're listening now, Eric from St. Joseph. My mom's family come from Mero, St. Joe, Salisbury. So the place is littered with my relatives. Mero, St. Joe, Salisbury. So she often sent me to spend summer vacation with an uncle of mine, her youngest brother called Eric. She knew the life wasn't rosy, but she still sent me. So I figure it was part of my education that she was instructing, she was passing on to me, and she trusted this person. So boom, that's it, But it was consistent with what she was doing, which is discipline, respect, stay grounded, my brother, stay humble. You might become this Bajan, this big man. But don't forget, where you are now is as a result of where you were yesterday.
Your mom name was Rufin, right?
Ruthin.
Rufin. Right?
Well, actually, hold on. Because I always knew her to be Ruthina until she passed away. And then I went to the funeral. No, sorry, not the funeral, the hospital. And I said, I came to see Ruthin James. They said, we don't know who's Ruthin James. I said, no, yes, you do. No, Ruthin, no. And then somebody who was there and knows the connection said, oh, it must be Mary. That's when I learned my mom's name, and I was in 20, she passed in 2022, I think. So let's say that must have been in 2020 thereabout. I learned my mom's name was Mary. And I could not find a legal document that says her name was Ruthin. So for all the years I knew her Ruthin. We used to call her Fifino at home.
What?
At home, huh?
Fifino.
Hey, hold on, so long. That's not for you to repeat like that, my brother.
Fifino.
Fifino.
Why Fifino?
But don't say it so much. Don't say it so much.
Why Fifino?
Because Ruthin, it was TH, or you say Rufin.
Yes.
So instead of saying Rufin, you shorten, you say Fifino. So the Fifino came from the Rufin. It was really Ruthin, Ruthine. So I knew her as Ruthin James until the Rude Awakening. And I just shook my head. I said, oh boy. So her name was really was Mary. I say call her Ruthin. I really call her Mommy when I speak to her.
I know everyone in the area called her Rufin.
Yes. So that's news to you. It's breaking news to you.
Breaking news to me.
Yes.
Mary.
Yes. Anybody that's
And
listening.
I'm sure ladders may be wondering the same.
But of course.
I'm sure the whites must be saying the same.
So no, well the white, I think, well, Miss K, I think she was at a funeral. So she would have met the name. And by the whites, you mean my neighbors?
Yes, your
Am I
neighbors.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, she would have known heard of the name Mary. But Kay wasn't always there, remember? It was Mr. Roy who was there, her dad.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr.
So I grew up with Mr. Roy right there. And as you touch a neighborhood in the Lakou, that Lakou was something else, Cecil. I had some people, my God. I couldn't mark away. I couldn't do anything. To the right, there was Mr. Roy. Gosh. To the left, there was Mary David Spear, former speaker, and her sisters. Right opposite me, there was Mr. Savre, that was former speaker, former president.
President, yes.
Savre. Lower down adjacent, there was former President Clarence Signoret. That is the house of Mr. Signoret. So you see that house is there? Up in that window there towards the right.
Yeah,
He used to sit there perched.
Every day.
Every
night.
Oh, you know it, my brother.
Every
You know
afternoon.
It. You know it. And you know the area. So you
Yes.
know from that position, our house was across the street on that big step. I could do nothing there for him not to see.
As a matter of fact, where that house is, the former president as Signoret,
Yeah.
adjacent to it, east, was the Quintals.
Right. Oh, so right next to it was the Quintals. But the Quintals were like us, is a little family. A little family checking their sin. But lower down, Mamo live lower down. You know that. You remember? Yes. So, and I know, whenever we malcawed, if we got home late, if we quarrel with our aunt in the house, my mother got the report, my brother. My mother got the report. And if she gets the report,
Blows.
it's trouble. Invariably, it was blows or pull of the ear. My mother was a tough disciplinarian, She no mess wrong. I don't beat my children, never beat my child, never raise my hand. My mother, on the contrary, that's on the side. My father never raised his hand.
But before that, your mom, she was a Cacanese, eh?
Oh, yes?
Oh, yes, man. Your mother would tell you things as boys growing up. Boys love to play on the road.
Yeah.
And your mother would literally tease us to say something. And minutes later,
And then she'd tell your parents.
Rufin won't tell your parents. And
Boy.
she'd like to your mother loved complaining, loved bringing stories.
But it were good stories that were meant to shape you up, which is what
Yes.
I also went through. We couldn't breathe. You know how the houses are. Mary David Spears, it's a thin wall between Mary David Spears' house. This is and ours.
Yes.
If we says if we sneezed too loudly, they would have heard. And therefore they carry the tales. They don't know what happened in the house, All it was a loud sneeze. Tell the parents. That kind of social responsibility,
Yeah.
that sense of social responsibility, very strong back then. I'm not so sure it still exists today.
But as you're saying that, Doctor Jean-Jacques, you were saying right opposite you, you saw the house of where the Valentine's is right now.
Yes.
That's where Mr. Charles Savre used to be living.
Yeah.
In a little house. There's a little house that he lived there. Then you had a little lower down from Charles Savre. You had this gentleman, Mr. Later.
Lower down from.
Well,
No, that was right. Eli. Well, Reggie Eli.
Reggie, I always take for
He's still there.
He's still there.
He's still there.
If it's like a Jeep.
Yeah. Well, no, he had. Well, he maybe has a CRV now, I think.
Okay.
But he had a Jeep. But before that, didn't he have a Volkswagen?
Volkswagen,
yes. So Reggie, as well, played a big part in our upbringing.
Yeah.
Reggie was, in my mind, a very good family friend. He still is. He and Joan, I still think of them very fondly. So to my wife, by the way, Kay came on after her Mr. Roy had passed away. So Kay and Reggie and his wife Joan, you know, they I have good feelings towards them because we always spoke very kindly. Whenever I completed my studies at whether it's fifth form grammar school, and I used to get my little awards here and there, and they would know about. They would reward me with a little gift. I think one June gave me an apricot. You know, it was a gift, and I appreciated it because I think it came from a very genuine position. And even after eventually I moved on into the university, Reggie and I would talk. He invited me to sit on his veranda once, and we would speak. I haven't seen Reggie in a while as well. I don't know. You know, he was in agriculture. So these persons, gentlemen, what they did was they look out for us. I think sometimes we didn't like the looking out. We wished they wouldn't sell us out like that.
Always in a window.
But as an adult, as I am now, I understand. I'm asking myself, well, how can the modern day family, neighborhood look out? So when a gentleman comes who doesn't work, a little youngster who doesn't work, but he has his fancy T-Max or his big chains or he has whatever it is, then you might want to pull him and have a conversation with him. I do not know if that is done and to what extent. But I wish that the values of back then, where we looked out for each other. You don't have to tell his mother if you think it's going to be an issue.
And what was nice about your area, Dr. Jean-Jacques, was it wasn't an open yard.
No.
It was houses.
Yeah.
So Kings Lane, Cock Street, you had John Polidor and Tony Prentice.
That was lower down.
And that's lower down. And then you had Fat Boy.
Right, that was Ozilla.
Ozilla, right?
Yes,
Selling CMOS.
Yes,
You can tell us a little bit about that.
Boy, she was known for that, wasn't she?
Yes.
She was a big shot in the CMOS business. So on this side of the road there, you had a number of it's really just single family households.
Yes.
But the matriarchs, the moms leading the show, taking charge. You had my mom saying lies, pop, etc., etc. You had Ozzy lower down, but you also had, I can't remember Tony's mother's name. The lady had in Seraphine, I think it was, at the end of the street there, doing her own thing. These were strong women who were producing for the children and leading the children into success. I don't know how you guys define success, but success to me is not limited to some fancy degree or some whatever title, you know, my brother. I know lots of men who do not have fancy degrees and whatever, on women too. And in my view, they're successful because, why? They have maintained a disciplined course. They have achieved some level of comfort, of decency for their family. And they continue to lead exemplary lives. You remember that guy back in the blame they called Kalai?
Kalai.
Yes, man. You must know Kalai. Kalai used to live.
Oh yes, Kalai, of course, man.
You see him?
Kalai used to live in Finslin.
You see him?
He worked at Domley.
But do you see him?
I see him some time ago. I think he lives in Granby now.
No, sir. Kalai is my neighbor.
Kalai is your neighbor?
Yes.
I don't believe
Kalai
that.
Kalai lives up Girodale. I hope I'm not declaring his business.
Yes, man. I know Kalai very well, man. All
so
right.
I didn't know.
Troublesome Kalai.
But he doesn't troublesome to me at all right
What?
now.
But
Before.
Curse and troublesome. That was Kalai, my brother.
Before. But Kalai is a very quiet looking fellow. Kai doesn't. I have to honk and wave at the man. Maybe always put out my leg to wave at the man before the man wave back at me. He looks very quiet now. But it's weird how we used to live in the neighborhood back in that area, Cock Street, the Infields Lane. And I go up Girodale and boom, I meet him there. You know? Yes. So, but Kalai, to me, I mentioned him because
His mother was Tufi, right? From
yes,
Grand Bay.
you're on point, man.
Yes.
Tufi or his sister was Tufi?
No, his sister was Tufi.
His sister was Tufi.
His sister was Tufi. Yeah, his sister was Tufi.
But Kai looks like a man who's successful to me. He has his family with him, it's a decent house, he's doing his business, things are together. This is a family guided by some principles, some clear values, and the gentleman is doing some honest work for his living. So success, I do not know how you guys define it, doesn't have to mean some good title or whatever it is. We can't always all have the good title and the good
That's true.
degrees.
Danny James said to you, good evening. He's watching.
Clerk. That's a clerk.
Yes, the clerk. He said that he's watching. Marvelyn Brady said that, Doc, you can't do those things now. Moms will want to beat you. The mother will want to beat you. You know.
So I am no sociologist.
Yolan John Jules said that good night. He's watching. Cheryl Plummer is watching. So quite a number of people are tuned, Doc. So I just want to say that to you. Claudette Danga Ben Uzeb is also watching. Catherine John Jules is watching. And Tina Bell Roman is watching. Corinne King is watching. Quite a number of people they are actually here with us. You know.
Let me ask you a question. When you
Lefam, yes, is watching. Go ahead.
Doc, what did you do as a young boy in terms of your social life? When you was a young boy, did you fly kite? Did you roll sack? Did you go to fish? Did you make tobacco?
Yeah. No, not tobacco. No, my mother will break my wrist. No, not tobacco. Not
We're
tobacco.
not the roofing.
No, not roofing. No. My mother, you had to every day. You had to show her the book. She understood ticks and she understood X's and she had a long day herself, but she would go through that book every night. And when I went to secondary school, grammar school, Dominica's graded school, she understood the report book.
Let's wait for grammar school because we're going to come to that.
Yes.
We're going to
So leave that for later.
Yeah, let's do that for
but let's
later.
stick on the hobbies.
Yes.
Well, I didn't play sec, but I did the kites. The yard was small, very small, cramped. My mother had us under her skirt. So I only could do in the yard or on the sidewalk or on the big set that we had. So I made my kite with a cocoa and a piece of plastic. I flew it in the yard as high as it could go. It couldn't go very high. You know, the Tongs residence was at the back. I'm not sure who owns it now, but at the back where, what I describe it, is where it's opposite where Frampton's Jewelry used to be.
The Curtis
Curtis Tong, yes.
As a matter of fact, I just mentioned the place earlier on the Clico office. That's where it is. If people want to know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
So you have Mary Davis Spear Home, and then right next to it is that building.
It's Clico.
Yeah.
Okay. So I did the sec. I'm sorry, not the sec. Sorry, the kite. I didn't do much of the sec, really, honestly, but I don't want to say troublesome, I was a little boy exploring.
Boy, Mr.
Behave yourself, guys. I wasn't troublesome.
Doctor, you couldn't ride sec. Not even a bicycle you couldn't. Not if roofing.
Oh, that's for the bicycle.
Roofing was a funny lady. Roofing want to make sure her children don't mess with nobody else.
So I am making stories. I'm making stories.
You didn't ride
As a
bicycle?
matter of fact,
I didn't ride bicycle. I never learned to ride.
As a matter of fact, I know Dr. Jean-Jacques, as a boy growing up,
There you
had
go.
to hold his mother's dress
Yes.
to go by Zabu.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. My mother was tight.
No
My mother was
scooter?
tight.
Nothing like
No,
scooter?
No scooter. My mother feared. My mother told us all the time. She once saw a boy wrap under a big truck on a bicycle. He was riding and he wrapped under the truck, and from then she said no riding for me. Didn't learn to ride, didn't know to swim because she always feared the guys on the jetty where the ferry terminal is now. They would be mean and they were really rough, they were rough and tough. So she feared they would be mean to me. She never sent me down there to swim, neither into the river by the market. Used to have some deep bassin. None of that for me, but she always feared. So I never learned to swim.
Wow.
To this day, I am poor and still afraid of anything to do with electronics or mechanics. Why? Ooh. My mother always said, that toy car you get there, don't open it. If you open it, you'll damage it. It's electrical thing. It's a weird thing. It's strange. Leave that alone.
People. Yeah.
What she allowed me to do was to use a hammer and a cutlass. That I can still do today. So hobby was really just flying kite. Ludos at home with my sister. Eventually, when I went to grammar school, every afternoon after school, I played a lot of football and cricket, whatever sport there was, before I went up to meet my dad, before I went home, all sweaty and dirty. That was the extent of it, but the long and short is my mom really kept us under her skirts.
Someone said to me that on Facebook that they didn't realize that your mom had a son. She knew of the daughter. Your daughter was a little bit more popular than you were.
Well, possibly, I don't know. But the two of us grew up pretty much together, mostly.
Yes.
My mom, we always, like I said, I would sail by the roadside in the morning. The afternoon, my sister would take over. Yeah, so, but yeah, we were pretty much there. Carnival time, my mom used to...
Hear that. Someone said, I can say the person's name, Carol Anthony.
No,
She
Carol.
She said, I never see Gerad in the street when I was growing up in Cock Street and Fields Lane.
It's true. Carol, how are you doing, Carol?
By the way, Doc, so you never fight with young boys?
Of course. Hey. But I had to be careful about that because my mother would give me some blows. I did fight. I remember. But I wasn't I dared not be a rambunctious person. Because I feared my mom. Her wrath, and I wanted to please her. I liked when she went from a report and they tell all the nice things, and she would be smiling and she would walk with pride. I liked that. I dreaded the blows, but I loved pleasing her. That's what it was. And so I chose, I suppose, to walk on the path that pleased her rather than angered her. So I fought. I remember fighting in third form grammar school. That was the last time. Must have been the last time I fought. Third form grammar school. You can know how many years ago that was. And I am happy since then. I haven't had to fight. Praise God. I probably would not even know how to fight. Yes, I had my times at school. But interesting, when I fought, I wouldn't tell her though. You wouldn't tell her mother you fight at school because you maybe get more blows. Just because you broke the cardinal rule, which was you first report to the authorities, quote unquote, that is the principal or the teacher. Let them handle the matter. Probably that is why today, many of the issues I have, the conflicts that I have, I first run to the police. I do not tend to take matters in my own hands. I first, of course, after having tried to settle matter, I first go to the police. Let the law handle it. And that is the line that I always preach for everybody. Go to the police. Sometimes they laugh at me, of course, but probably because of my upbringing. Always don't take it into your own hands.
Anne-Marie John Thomas said that first time I saw Gerad in grammar school, I never knew he was from Roseau.
Yeah. Many persons don't know that because I spend a lot of time with many persons out of Roseau. I don't know what about it, but many of my friends from grammar school, they were actually persons from out of Roseau, from the rural areas. My best pal back then, one of them was Vaughan Blair's from La Plaine. Then another chap, Alpian Cresswell Williams, I remember his full name, from Marigot. Wonderful guys. They were not from town, they were from far. Many persons from Granby, in particular, a lot of wonderful persons from Granby. That's why today when I will speak about Granby people, I'm one of the first to defend them. I say my experience with Granby people, quote unquote, is very different from what you depict, which is one of very jovial, fun-loving, warm, friendly people, because a number of them, we were quite chummy. And so probably my association back then is such that persons wouldn't have a clue that I'm from Roseau. Besides, after school, where am I going to go? At home, do my homework, read a book, do a puzzle or something like that, go to sleep, drink the basilic tea and go to sleep.
Rufin was like a Bido Catholic.
Oh, yeah. But that didn't work well for me. I think maybe about 5 days ago I was telling somebody that story. It was so Bido. It was. I thought it was too much
Bido.
I thought so then. I still think so now. My sister agreed with me back then. It was so much. We used to move in a time we used to go to we had to go to novena every morning. So around 5:30 in the morning, get up, two young children, drag them from bed, give them something warm, quote unquote, on their chest. The warm would be a little simic water, which I still hate up to today. Basilic tea, again, of course, no problem. Back then, it was an issue. They'll drink what your parents gave you. Wash your face, you drag yourself to church half asleep. In church, we used to pay attention to church. We two children sit down there, we stand there. We're sleepy. Hold on. Saturday night, we had to go to church. If we don't go to church Saturday night, we go Sunday morning. But you also must go Sunday school. For years, I did that. One day I broke away Saturday night. I'll never forget that. I don't know what to. I said to the devil. Gentlemen, Saturday night church, Father Charles was the one. You remember Father Charles?
Yep.
He was the one at the front. Everything the priest did, I did. I don't know what went in my head. He stood up and he opened his hand. I did it too. I still remember that. But you know I got blows. I think the devil went into me and just took over me. It had to be the devil. But to this date, I don't take on religion. Extremely spiritual. I pray. I talk to God. I may be one of the persons who have the most faith in this world. It's a little humor. I don't think so at all. But I say that to say I'm a firm believer in the power of the Almighty. I have been in some dark holes and out of nowhere I'm lifted, rescued, and saved. I believe. But church, I don't need that. I even tell my wife, look,
you don't need that?
I don't need that, my brother. Church.
You had too much of it.
I say funeral is for the living, not for the dead. So when I die, I really don't care what you do. But don't waste money. Wrap the body, put that in a hole somewhere and finish it that. Don't put me in church. Oh, no. Church and me, we haven't had a very good... My mom was also very pals with a lady called Miss Bellot. Now, Miss Bellot lived... The house is still there, right opposite... All Saints is now a very small house in the corner. Remember?
Pentecostal. She was a Pentecostal.
Yes. Serious Pentecostal.
Yes.
And she used to tell us, go to church every now and then with the Miss Bellot. And Sunday school, I got a lot of that. At a period of time, they were preaching the rapture. And it seemed there's nothing I could do to please God. And there was no chance for me because I was a sinner and I was a young boy, hormones were raging at that time. And the pastor used to say, if you look at a woman in a certain way, you have carnal thoughts. And you have sinned. I have to admit, I did have many moments of carnal thoughts. and I struggled. I suffered. I suffered within myself, conflicted. I want to call a pastor.
Is that a Jean-Jacques thing?
Pardon me?
Is that a Jean-Jacques thing?
What's that? Hold on, I says, be careful and answer. I know where you're going. I want you to answer the question. What is that you talking about? But I want you to be careful because there are a lot of sharks out there waiting to hear what you're going to say. I tell you, answer me yourself. No. Yes, I touched that one. But I'm telling you, church, as in the organized, institutionalized form that we know. No, I don't need that. I pray a lot. Mm-hmm. I pray, and I'm happy with where I am. I'm good at that. So she was a bidu. Yeah.
Your father?
Boy, my father was like I wouldn't say my father was like, but I think I pretty much like what my father was. This man was a kind of a man. He was he used to go to church. He had his favorite shoes, and after he passed, I took it. He had his favorite outfits. After he passed, I took them. That's how much he used to go to church. Not every time, now and then. But I don't think my father was deep into church as my mom was. Maybe he used to do so to please her. I don't know.
So when your mom would have sent you to church, she'd give you some offering.
I always put the offering in church. I would not dare. I think it's out of respect for her. We never did anything but put the money in church.
So you didn't buy?
No.
Nothing.
No. We will not think of that. We were kind of the well brought up. People used to consider us well brought up. Maybe that's why they used to mark us so much. They used to think of us as well brought up, but they didn't know it was, at least for me, it was a determination to please my mom and not antagonize her. A determination to stay on the right course, to do what is right for her. For me, it has worked. And I wish today that more parents stick with their children as my mom. You know, my mom stayed with us. My mom had the opportunity to run to Antigua, you know. Remember back then, many parents would run to Antigua in Guada?
That's right.
Yes. People think it's only now people going to Antigua and Guada. No, that's always been. My mom could have run and left us with an aunt or a granny or whatever it is. She didn't. She stayed with us, and more than that, she kept us close to her. She worked hard, Guaye. And guess what else? She made us part of the struggle. We worked along with her. Worked with her to make... My mom used to clean offices. She was a vendor, yes, but she also cleaned offices at Baba Butler. Miss Adam, maybe you know that name, Baba Butler.
Oh, yeah. The French consulate. Yeah.
So we always went there to help her. We used to take turns. Sometimes I would go ahead with the keys, open up, I would start emptying baskets. Then she would come. Hurricane David Day, the morning. I went ahead. Baba Butler was located where, at the foot of Constitution Hill, where Lord towards that building there.
Yes.
Yeah. Right on. I went there, open, I went up, started cleaning. Next my mother coming running on the rain. Boy, hurry up, come, let's go, hurricane coming. That's how much of my mother's getting us involved in the whole matter. That's why today, I find honestly, I have a very, very deep respect for the persons who we normally discard as insignificant, you know. You see the cleaners, security people, those you see by the gate, they maybe half asleep. Don't mind them, they don't sleep. They may just pretend to be asleep. The cleaners whom we often think don't know anything. Respect them a whole lot more because they probably can save your life. They probably can tell you when somebody put a letter there for you. Or who was there doing whatever. And when you need this extra support to perhaps, I don't know, get something, maybe you're there working over time and you want this person to help you get, I don't know, a cup of, a bottle of coffee.
So you were not one of the individuals who would purchase Unbreakable on a Sunday after Mass? By
No.
Ma Henry?
I remember buying that and Pashi Coco.
Fawin Coco,
sorry,
yes.
by Ma Henry down Constitution Hill.
Yes.
But it wasn't with the thing money, no. It wasn't with the church
collection money.
No, boy. We didn't do that. We heard about these stories. Well, sorry. I wouldn't cancel my sister. I heard about these stories, but I would not dare do that.
But your mother was a BDO. How come you were not an altar boy?
I don't know why. I really wonder why.
You're not an acolyte either?
No, I was not an acolyte. But considering how strong she was in the faith, it's a fair question. I'm surprised, actually.
Do you know Brenda Alexander? She says that you are her cousin.
The name, maybe she was.
What Kelly the Ghost is to you?
Well, that's my cousin.
Right. So
Kelly the Ghost?
Yes.
Well, I don't know him to my cousin, but Kelly the Ghost. Well, maybe he's my cousin.
No, his father Oliver Williams, aka BK.
I know
BK
Oliver
boy.
Williams. Yes, I know his dad.
A grand uncle to me, and also Kelly the Ghost Williams.
Oh, so he probably was connected to Myrtle Williams.
That's correct. So the person said that. They said that they're Myrtle Williams actually.
So Myrtle Williams, it's really complex. Myrtle Williams was the cousin to my mom. Remember Molly Adams used to live in that house, that old lady lived in the house with us?
Yes.
So Molly Adams, Myrtle Williams was Molly's daughter. Yes.
Okay.
And that was Myrtle's house where we resided up till the end.
Okay.
So after Molly passed, Myrtle came back from Canada, Kelly's cousin, and resided in the house, and she passed. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to go now into school. So you said that you went to the that primary school in
Newtown.
Newtown. Tell us a little bit about it.
You want to know about Newtown?
Yes.
Whew. Newtown was rough, man. My mom thought she was saving me from the rough Rosa Boys School, but Newtown was rough. But it was different. I have cherished memories of Newtown. To this day, pals still with many other gentlemen. Again, it just so happened that I ended up building right opposite one of the guys with whom I went to school in Newtown, Marcus Moranci. And we had a lot of good times there. With a lot of kites flying. We used to do a lot of wrestling. Back then the yard. I think right now there is this car wash.
Car wash, yes.
So before that concrete was poured there was sand there. It was a sand area with a school. The school was in two parts, two parts, and in the middle between them there was just sand area. So we loved playing football, wrestling. We saw boxing matches. A lot of fighting, real fight. We used to go on the savannah to play hide and seek during the break time. There was a bird called Big Ass, which I hardly see anymore. We used to go on that field there to Firestone behind Big Ass with a very small bird. Firestone behind Big Ass. We end up on the Arlington Cemetery playing cowbell against Indians, you know. If you hear the bell, you hear the bell. If you don't, well, you come back late. And Ma Anselm was the principal. She was or is the wife of Mr. Ostel, sorry. Voila. So she was the principal. Tough woman. But she and I had a very good rapport. We understood each other. I thought she was kind to me. She was trying to help me. So Newtown School was rough because from day on, they in and out, you know, there was a lot of fighting, a lot of struggles there. But that also shaped me. I have established relationships that, like I said, persist to this day. You know, and it taught me above all the value of friendships and loyalty. Because many of the guys who were rough and tough, they literally had my back. And it's fantastic, man. It was a fantastic experience.
Would you remember some of the teachers in Newtown?
Apart from Anselm,
Yeah, with the principal.
probably not. You know, probably not Newtown. Maybe if I saw them, but there were not that many teachers, you know, back then. You have one teacher with many pupils. You know, that was a structure back then. You know.
I find it strange that your mom would take you from Central Roseau closer to Roseau Boys School, and you, as you said, maybe because she felt that Newtown wasn't as violent as the boys in, and then the guys in Newtown used to go to Roseau Boys School quite a lot.
Yeah,
so I find it strange that your mom would take you and bring you close to Newtown.
Yeah, well, that was her opinion. That was her opinion. But at some point, there was a guy who used to bully me. You know, there was a guy, man. I think he used to be going to boys' school. And he would meet me walking, and he seemed to always think that I had recess to give him, but I never really had anything. So in the end, I always got a punch in my gut. To this day, I still see him. I never forget that.
It bit you.
Yes, he would hit me a hard punch in my gut.
I wonder if you're brave to call his name.
I never knew his name, but I know his face. I know his face. He says hello to me. I'm not sure if he remembers. I don't forget. I don't forget.
You must approach him.
Pardon me?
You must approach him.
I think I made peace with that, but I never forget.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, mister.
Okay.
I used to dread meeting him.
Yeah, you didn't want to meet him on the road.
No. Just as on the way from Emsall, I lived with my dad to town, in the back road there used to be a man who had cattle. Lots of them. He had a few big bulls, Cecil. Big bulls. I always dreaded meeting them on my way up from school or my way down to town. That's how much I dreaded meeting that guy. Because every time I'll get a punch. Naturally. I would also stop often, maybe you used to do it too, you know, Cecil, by the library, where the library had this big tree
And
with the lianas.
and swing.
Swing. Swing.
Everybody did that.
Have a good time.
Every boy in Roseau did that.
pick gooseberry. What's goose? Lime. The lime.
Sweet lime?
Sweet lime.
Sweet lime.
Pick sweet lime.
They're still there, you know.
The edge is still there.
They're still there.
I don't see children picking sweet lime anymore.
No
they
one
do
does that. I don't
No.
see children do that.
No one does that.
No one then, when I get off from my office and I just take a walk there and look to see if I get it and I'll eat it.
But you know, we used to use that to stick
stick
our
or paper.
paper, yeah?
Or books.
Yes.
School books, yeah.
Yes. But kids don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Mr. Jean-Jacques, did you ever go to matinee?
To who?
Matinee.
Yes, of course. My mom used to like to take us to see Sound of Music. Sound of Music. Remember that musical?
Yeah, music with, Julie Andrews.
Yeah, well, that was.
Christopher Plummer.
It seemed to me that tour was the thing to take in.
Okay.
So she used to take us to that. And eventually, when I started collecting, I used to work at Tong, the meat center, every weekend. Yeah? Every weekend, bagging groceries. So from about 8 to 2 thereabout. For a number of years, I worked there while I attended grammar school. To make the little bread, I used to get $12 for quite a while for my journey from 8 to 2 thereabout. So I would use some of that money to go to matinee, to cinema. I like the Kung Fu movies, of course. Back then, everybody liked the Kung Fu movies. Pete was the big thing, huh?
You ever went into Pete?
Of course, man. I always got my boyo squeezing Pete.
Fella slinging on top of your head.
Yes, man. Whoever passing Pete right now, they know understand what I mean when I say I got my boyo squeezed. Because a narrow area and you're all fighting to get in. Because you can hear the song of the movie starting and you want to get in. Yes.
And you want to get in.
Yes.
And if you're not strong enough, my brother. So now, here it is. You are at
Grammar school?
No, at primary school.
Primary school.
You're preparing to sit common entrance. That in those days it was called common entrance. What was the ruling? What was the how would I say it? Yeah, the ruling as to having to get yourself ready for common entrance.
Well, you know, apart from, I think part of it is the same as today, especially for a mother like mine who was so strict. My dad couldn't quite understand such matters. Like I said, my dad wasn't illiterate. All he knew was to, Daddy, I want a pencil.
Provide.
He would provide. And so when I told him that I had passed, I don't think he quite understood what that meant. But my mom, she did. So my mom was the one who insisted, you know, that there will be the long hours of practicing to write. My handwriting was bad back then. It is maybe worse now. She would be horrified to find that out because she put a lot of effort into making the handwriting, working to get my handwriting proper. That didn't work. There's also some extra lessons, we call that, in the afternoon after school. You'd have to meet a teacher in a group, you know, and you get extra classes. So the lessons, she also did that. When I passed, I think the first time I got a pass. And but we were poor people. So for her, the pass wasn't enough. She thought that I had to do better so that I wouldn't have, or they wouldn't have to buy the books, etc. And so I was held back. Although I was registered initially, once I got the pass, I was registered to attend, I think it was SMA, you know, I registered with the pass. She held me back. Then I went another year, the following year, and I got a bursary. And then that took me into grammar school. But the preparation, I suspect, would be as now. A lot of heavy work. And, of course, invariably there's the bath. You couldn't avoid the bath the morning of the...
You got a bath?
Yes, a special bath. The morning of the exam. No, you had to get that bush bath. So I got a lot of these bush baths beginning the first day of the school term.
Oh, hold on, before let's talk a little bit about that bush bath. Would you remember what kind of bushes that they were? Because
I never knew what kind of bush, but one of the foul-smelling thing I know was Saphotida or
Saphotida.
My, that's tank, man. That's tank.
You bid in that?
Red lavender.
Oh, well, yes, that one, that name, I remember that name. But my mom never really told us what the bushes are, you know, and we would not press on her if we asked, Mommy, what is that? Well, that's it. You don't ask anymore.
Did you get it early?
Early in the morning, yes, of course.
So you got it in the morning that you're going to see the common entrance.
And the morning, of course, or the first day of school, you had to get that.
I want to know first about I want to know about first the exam. So she put you in a big basin.
But how you know about those things, Cecil?
We all raised the same way. We all raised the same way. There's no difference.
So you know it was.
I got
yes,
that.
yes, man.
Uh-huh.
A
And
huge basin, you stand up in the middle of that thing.
Yes.
And every
Blue soap.
drop that drops in that basin, she would take that and pass all over you, and she'd urge you to pass it on your body as well.
Yes. No blue soap. No blue soap.
Blue soap,
can remember?
not for that bath. No, for that bath there was no blue soap for that bath.
Okay.
But the blue soap bath was also another bath.
Somebody wants to speak. Someone wants to speak to you. Let me know what
You
that
get
person
bath
has to
in your
say.
skin.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening, caller.
Yes, you asked him a very good question. How do you know about all that?
Cecil get it too, man. You get it.
But I said I got it. I got it. You too?
You too?
Oh, the person realized
But I suspect many of the persons of our
Generation got their bath.
they got the bath.
So-
I'm not sure parents still do that.
So the morning when you're going to sit the exam, 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 o'clock in the
They
morning.
wake you up early, 5:30.
Both of us, my sister and I.
Yes, and they put the water in that big silver basin.
Well, it was.
But
I'm not
yours
sure
was
ours
white?
was silver. Yours was silver, but ours wasn't silver. I don't think it was a silver.
Yours was
one.
white,
Whatever. I think it was a white enamel thing.
right? But not silver enamel.
Boy.
And I think we had a mixture of glory cedar and a set of
Glory
water.
cedar.
There probably was glory stay in there, but I know she had some other bush in there, my brother. I tell you, and she would put some kind of thing in that wasn't smelling nice at all.
And she washed your head very well.
Wash your head with that, yes. Oh, you know everything. From head to toe.
And beat your back.
Oh, I was about to say that one. But person have to understand it's not beat back to hurt you, you know.
No.
It's to beat the thing on your back.
Take out the done scatness in
They
you.
got it done scanning. It was supposed to protect you from evil.
Yes.
Right.
But some of them held a little glory seed and beat your
Beat you.
back.
But I'm not sure if parents really do it. But I think the lesson there was that parents have to continue to do their best with the kids to help them to succeed.
Yeah.
Right up, up till even after they have succeeded. I remember hearing an interview with the young lady who did very well this year, and she was saying, I mean, every year is the same thing. The kids who get interviewed, they say how their parents continue to work with them before and even after the exams, like going into the first year of secondary school and beyond. So it doesn't stop. The effort doesn't stop after you have paid the lessons and you have tested your children, though it continues throughout. And that, I think, is a lesson there.
And I'm sure that your mom would have said to you after she bathed you, give you your bath, put your clothes on you, she said to you, don't let anybody touch your head
And shoulders.
and shoulder. If they touch your shoulder, touch your shoulder back.
Yeah, she said a lot. And where persons walk on your left side or something like that. Boy, you know a lot of those things are yourself. Boy, you know a lot of those things there. But back then a lot of people used to say a lot of about Sukuya used to be going around.
Yes. So you never got the opportunity, or your mom never brought you to Live Kanawi to bathe with blue soap?
Not my mother, but Molly, my auntie.
Your auntie.
Molly brought you there?
Molly,
brought
the
you.
mother to Myrtle, Kelly's cousin.
Oh my God, I must be
Yes,
Kelly.
Lave Kanawi, blue soap, and we used to have some bush. I
Yes.
remember clearly, I'm thinking it used to be in that. Glory Sila used to be in that, right in the bushy. I couldn't understand how you had to make me walk all the way from Roseau, Cock Street. Hot sun, to go Lave Kanawi, all the way up Castle Comfort by the bridge, by
By the
Macmillan
bridge,
gas
yes.
station there. To me, that was torture.
You know why?
Yeah.
That's the Mill River. It's a Mill River, so they have to find where the Mill River is to give you that bath.
So you can. Yeah,
Boss.
but
That's what it was.
Well, you went through all the culture, man.
I didn't care about them stories there,
The torture.
All I wanted was why the torture. And invariably it was a Sunday, hot sun. It wasn't Sunday morning, 5 o'clock. Invariably it was towards midday thereabout.
Midday.
Yeah,
That
11
wasn't
o'clock.
nice, man.
11 to 12 o'clock.
That wasn't nice, Margaret. That wasn't nice. Hey,
Put
yes,
you upside down, naked.
No, you went through some serious drama, man. Sis, you know?
We had to do that.
No, I didn't. No, upside down. No. No, I didn't get that one.
When I say upside down, I mean your head facing the sea,
Yes.
your foot facing up.
Oh, to lie in the water.
Yes.
Oh yeah, man. They had all these little rules there.
Yes.
So I went through all of that, you know.
Yes.
I went through all of these things. I went through a period where going to bed, you had to get the Safotida. You
Yes.
get that
Red
behind
lavender.
behind your ear.
Yes, red lavender behind
Yes.
your ears.
Behind your red lavender behind your ear. Yes. I went through that a lot. My brother, I don't know.
Going inside the house behind.
You could never enter the house in the night facing front. Remember what I caught you? She matches you back out.
What?
But yes, now even as a teen, when I started having girlfriend, I continue to respect that, you know. Although I never really believed the whole thing, but I continue to, and I tell a girlfriend that means I was at least 18 years.
And you still you're going back at the back.
Yes, I
Very
continued
important.
to.
The culture.
I continued to obey that rule. I guess it's respect for authority. That's the bottom line there.
So
I don't believe in it.
So were you one of the young boys that was calling Miss Mapwes a Sukuya?
No. You see that thing called me Sukuya? My mother would never have that.
Accept that.
If she knew I did that, blows.
But Dr. Gerad, let's look at it. This big mall that we all going into now, that was one
Woodstone Shopping Mall.
Woodstone Shopping Mall. That's one person living inside there for mango
Yeah,
tree.
that was a big house, boy. That was weird.
One person in so.
That was weird. That was very, very weird. My sister and I used to take our kicks on that. Used to wonder what happened in there.
So all used to say the ladies are Sukuya. You all used to say
I
the
like
ladies
going
are
on public radio and say my sister and I used to say that about the lady.
My brother, everybody in our area called the lady Sukuya.
It was weird, but you know, I thought she was nice to us.
Okay.
Probably because we never called her Sukuya. We were always respectful towards her. You know? But the idea of calling people name, my mother,
Would not
no,
accept
she was hard against that, even though she might agree with you in private, but she might laugh the joke in private. But to call people name, my mother would never have that.
Okay.
And to this day, you wouldn't find me calling people names.
No, you got a bursary. You entered the grammar school.
Yep.
Excitement.
Yep.
Walk us through.
Well, of course, first year, my mother is there. Sorry, first day, like all parents, she's there. And she kept on coming to the PTA. She kept on meeting the parents. You know, Gerard is a good boy. Gerard, some people say Gerard talks so much. By the way, most persons today might call me by my last name, Jean-Jacques. My mom called me Gerard, and many persons back then would also call me as Gerard. It's my first name. So Gerard, sometimes he talks so much. But I think in my mind, I struggle a bit through first form, though. I still have my report book of grammar school. The 5 years I spent in grammar school, I still have a report book. Things started picking up for me, I believe, in second form. After my dad died, interestingly. My dad died 82. So I lived with him for most of my first form. I lived with him up in the bushes, up there. What a rough life. But after he passed away, I think I got more serious. I became more into myself. Some persons were fearful I would do something silly with my life because they couldn't understand how all of a sudden a boy just into himself. He's not talking, he's not mingling. I guess that's how I dealt with the grief. But I always wanted to make my parents proud because they certainly always told me to work hard. The language was work hard for what you want. Earn it. My mom in particular used to say in Creole, mothers have what they have. The father has what he has. The child must look for his way.
That's right.
So you don't sit on your behind expecting to inherit something. If you get it, you get it. Thank God. But you have to work for what you want. And that sense of industry, hard work, stay focused. Although there was carnival right in front of our door, Lakou would always pass up in front of the door during carnival. The homework had to be done before the carnival. Everything had to be done. The chores had to be done. We had our set chores, things I had to do, stuff my sister had to do. They had always had to be done in spite of what was happening around us. Whether there was a big fete, whether it was a holiday like August Monday, whatever, you stay focused on the goal at hand. And I think because of that, once he passed away, I became more determined to do well, to please him, to please her. And interestingly, gentlemen, a day hasn't gone by since 1982 that I don't think of my father. Not one day. It never leaves you. It never leaves you. I love gardening. I do some gardening at home. And boy, every day I am in the yard, I see him, quote unquote. That I can hear him saying, why not to do something, why to do something. There are agotis that run in my yard, and I remember he used to set traps for them. And he would have the stories of how quickly they run. And I got to see one of those agotis run some days ago when somebody suddenly made a noise and frightened it, and it just scampered. I say, wow, that was something else. So the education I got from my parents of working hard, stay focused no matter what, keep at it, that stayed with me throughout, huh? And that built a very deep sense of responsibility towards them, that I had to make them proud. As I said before, I like the sight on my mom's face when she got the good report. She literally used to walk, like she's on air. I used to see it in her. She'll give me a little talk, how comes teachers saying you're nice, and at home you give me so much health. I don't think I was a bad boy at all. I was kind of a troublesome, she used to say, but what troublesome? I used to tease a little bit, maybe I would pass and I would pull her, I would squeeze her with a hug her, I would say something, see, that was the kind of troublesome I was. And but nothing mean at all. So the bottom line was the education, that you stay focused no matter what, and you keep at it. This day.
Go ahead, sorry.
And to this day, this is the lesson I live with many. I was a teacher and principal, and I was not very tolerant to persons who easily gave up, or persons whom we might consider lazy. I was absolutely not. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to tell the listeners and maybe the viewers who are listening that Pakistan is batting. They are 83 without loss. So in 10.1 overs. Yeah. All right. No, grammar school, whenever someone goes to grammar school, sports outside of academics is the second best thing. Your involvement in sports.
So every afternoon after school, there was football. Lots of football, or rather the sport that was in season. So it was cricket. Football. So right now the place has changed. I've taken down where technical wing was. Some person might know that's technical wing. So when I went there was Sixth Form College. So we played a lot of cricket there, or football at the front there, or football on the front lawn, or cricket as well. Some of these most very successful gentlemen today, we played together. Speaker of the House himself, no less of a person. He and I, we actually roamed the streets together after late hours. We weren't alone. We would have gone to study after classes at the sixth form or even grammar school, and late night, we're going home. We roam together, but we also played lots of football together. Lots of guys. Darwin Telemac, he's not in Dominica right now, but you might know Darwin Telemac is head of the port
in Antigua.
And he was Windward. He played with Windward Island Cricket. Lots of fellas. We all just played there together. I did eventually made the volleyball team for grammar school. I think my number was number 27. I never forgot that because that's the first time I made the school team for any sport. I wasn't particularly a sports guy. I just loved the sweat, and just the fun. That's what it was about. I was a good open batsman. I thought I was choke very well. I would choke very well. I could break your arm, as they say. If a bowler got me on a good day, well, he finished bat. I could stay at that crease there choking till kingdom come. and he wouldn't get through. As a football, I don't say football player, I wasn't much of a football, like I say, but practicing football, defense and goalkeeper. So I had my share of that. Then when volleyball came on the scene at grammar school, I loved that as well. I tried basketball, but when I realized how closely the fingers of the opponents passed to my eyes, you know, when guys are going to block, man, his fingers would pass close to your face, man. I thought, goodness me, no, that's not for me. So I did not do long in basketball. But I had my share of the sport. That was so much for school sport.
What did you do athletics? Which house did
No.
you belong to?
Benedict Joseph, the best, of course. The best, of
BJ.
course. BJ.
Yes.
That was one of the, well, okay. In all honesty, it was a house. It was I was about to say something which should not be true at all. With all the listeners would know that BJ wasn't one of the
Top house.
It wasn't the top house, but Skinner was the worst house, and we were better than Skinner. So we were not that badly off. But as a student leader, so I had to participate in organizing persons to take part. But athletics, no, it wasn't my thing. Running, I admired persons who used to run very fast. I tried shot put. I think if I had, I don't know, I lost interest in that after a while. But shot put was something I was, the field sports, like the shot put, the discus, the javelin. I had some interest in them. I didn't stay along with them at all. But these are times that I enjoyed. As you know, a well-rounded individual is what we preach.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't all academics. Many persons would tell you, would probably tell you, well, he was a brainiac, but really there was another part to it, which was a lot of playing sports in the afternoon. A lot of it.
Someone just said, a few people have been talking on social media. Someone says, that's Carol Anthony, the grammar school days was a special clique of all you. So there was a special gang, and you have to tell us about that special gang.
Carol's bringing all the stories.
But before that, Ambrose Thomas said that, yep, I got a finger in my eyes and never played serious after that.
Yeah. But grammar school, Carol mentioned the gang.
And someone says, I think maybe it's Carol, she said that the speaker and you are still bon gens.
Yes. Yes, the speaker, Isaac. But Isaac, I go to Isaac's house to drink squash and bread already. He came to my house. He used to come to my house to check. My mother knew him. That's how we were. And not 2 days ago, I think I was in his office. We sat there after a day's session and we were chatting. Edgar Hunter as well. All of us, we were pals at school. Colin Ferreira and Brian Roberts from Dowasco. We were all quite fine and we still are pals. We have very good relations to this day. There was a gang. Carol mentioned the gang. Back then, you had lots of groups, and fellas associate themselves different groups. Some of them were rough. Some of them were just fellas liking to just be nice fellas. So we had our gang called the Doggies. Doggies as in Doggies. Doggies. I am not going to go on public radio and define what that means because
no, you have to tell us.
No. There are some.
And I'll be tempted to. Was it the same gang that Edgar and
No.
Isaac?
No.
Okay.
Edgar and Isaac, they were in a different gang. I think it's what called PITH. PITH.
Yeah.
And there was a guy called Richard, whom I was told is here on Ireland right now. So it was the speaker, well, Isaac, Hunter, Richard, I believe.
Ian Pascal.
Pardon me?
Ian Pascal.
Ian Pascal, I believe. Also, Daru, Kenneth Daru, I believe.
Yes, Kenneth
was
Daru
part of that. The former minister
was the permanent secretary in the office of the Prime Minister part of it. That's
Missy. No, Missy was. I don't know. Missy was part of a gang. No, I don't. But Missy was always a leader at school, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know her to be part of a gang. The girls generally weren't in gang.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, but so there was PITH. That was Isaac's gang. And we had our gang made up of myself, Von Blaise, gentleman who passed away, what's his name? Mervyn George, and there's Nathaniel George who was still around, and there was another gentleman, Jefferson. I don't see him, I don't hear of him at all. We were supposed to be the nice fellas, the guys who would be nice to the ladies, the guys who attempted to be the really nice fellas, while on the other hand, Pith was supposed to be outspoken, rambunctious fellas. As a matter of fact, I was president of student council, and
I was about to ask.
And Pith tried to overthrow the council. Pith was led by Speaker Joseph Isaac, and he led a mutiny. He was part of the council, He led a mutiny against the council, decided he was going to overthrow the council. He called a meeting, special meeting, and at that meeting, he and his gang, they were supposed to have gotten support to vote out the council executive. And there would be supposed to be representatives of the council. So I told him, hey, in as much as you, Isaac, you're part of the council, I asked that you represent the council at that meeting. The meeting never took place. Pith never went through the council. Life went on. But that was an exercise in democracy and a way. And
Was that deliberate?
He was serious. He was serious. He was serious about overthrowing the council. He was not pleased. I can't remember what was his gripe back then, but he was serious about it. He also enjoyed stirring up stuff. Isaac, boy, he was something else, Isaac. Boy, he was a brain. He was a brain. That's the thing about Pith. They were very, very smart fellas, very intelligent fellas. I mean, I call the names for you. Isaac, Kenneth Daru, Hunter. These were very brilliant fellas. They were also, apart from...
I also heard that Ian Pascal was part of that group.
Yes, Ian Pascal was part of the group as well. Ian was a very popular athlete. Very popular athlete. So too was Isaac. Back to you. Isaac.
Bernard Frampton was in school together, if you all.
Who?
Bernard Frampton.
Yes, of course. He was part of the group too. I don't think so. But he was in our year as well. Lots of prominent Dominicans emerged out of grammar school from that year, We hardly ever meet, but whenever we meet, I guess we smile and say hello. Some people think I forget them, but I don't forget the face. And maybe I might forget. The face I don't forget. Yeah.
So being the head boy of the school, what was your greatest achievement at that time?
But that's a hard one because you asked me, my goodness. I have some years in my head, says to you. Let's ask me questions. I have years in my head. Time has gone by, You see me looking, I have years, my brother. I was president of the council in my last year. That would have been 85, 86. Honestly, I think the best thing we succeeded in doing was to raise funds. Back then, the issue of fundraising was a big thing because you needed funds to do things for the school. We had the school always had this little bring a little dollar, a little something to help provide extra little services for students. So for the council, one way it could help the school provide services for the students would be to raise funds. And of course, give the funds to the school administration to do what they. And I'm satisfied that we made some effort in that regard. We also tried some study program, like afternoon class program, almost like a peer situation to give some support to students who probably were failing in certain areas. That didn't go on for too long, didn't last too long. But that was an effort. There were also the debates, public speaking. Back then, that era, public speaking was a big thing, and therefore we had a number of public speaking competitions and debates as well. So we did we tried to lift the quality of life of the students by working to raise funds for the school, as well as helping them
Let me ask you a question. When you were at the grammar school as the head boy, who was the principal?
Head boy was Lockhart.
The principal
Anthony
was
Lockhart.
was the
Anthony
principal.
Lockhart. Anthony Lockhart.
Was your principal?
Yes, he was. He was.
What was your experience with him?
Boy.
Lucky.
Lockhart, boy, Lockhart. Lockhart was a good guy. Lockhart, he tried to understand you. He sometimes you saw frustration. Looking back now, it was frustration. He would snap out at you sometimes. That is in the assembly. You would see that, he would come out really. He wasn't normally an aggressive, loud kind of a person, but sometimes in the assembly that would come through. And looking back, I think it was frustration that he wasn't getting where he wanted with us. But he was generally somebody who tried to be fair and who always tried to listen.
Did he ever flog?
Not me. I don't know if he did that for others. But he never flogged me. But I'll say something now in public that I've never said before in public. My first scholarship, whatever scholarship you get from the government, there has to be the language,
bonded?
the word. So somebody sign a bond for you.
Bond, yeah. The bond.
Well, I tried to go to Canada to study my first degree, and I was rocked back when I saw the value of the bond. There was no way I was going to get the money, and of course my mother, there was no way he would have got the money. So I panicked, and I went to Mr. Lockhart to tell him my concern, not to ask him, because why would a stranger put his deck on the line? For me, that was big money back then, So I didn't go with the intention of asking him. I want to tell him, I was just exasperated. But I had gone through the process of getting the scholarship. Everything is set to go. All that had to happen was a bond has to be signed, and I was told if the bond is not signed, I would not go. So you can imagine my panic. Mr. Lockhart said, I'll sign it for you. He signed the bond. You know what that means? He didn't know if I was going to come back or not. He trusted me. He trusted that I would come back, and therefore there'd be no need for his money or his real estate to be confiscated. I did return, but I'll never ever forget that. I mean, who does that? I don't know if he knows that I remember, but I remember. And to this day, I never forget Mr. Lockhart. I have tried to contact him via Facebook because I've heard his voice on a show that you have on the Connecting Dots, I think it's called, on Saturday. I believe I have occasionally heard his voice. Mm-hmm. Or I have at least heard the host saying, Mr. Lockhart is listening. So I have tried to reach out to him, on Facebook, because that to me was one of the most amazing things somebody has done. I believe it was divine ordained, Mm-hmm. I believe it was God who pushed him into it. I mean, how does it happen? No, seriously. Yeah, it wasn't peanuts,
Big bond, yeah.
But how? Why? How could he be so sure that I would not put him in jeopardy? Gee whiz. But I was thankful for that.
Someone told me that he lives in Florida.
He probably does, but he has to know that I haven't forgotten. Eternally grateful. Eternally grateful. Yeah.
And I'm hope out of that program that someone can actually mention that to him. I'm sure he'll get it by tonight. and if he can, I would ask him to call 1-800. No, I should say he's in Florida, so you can call 305-432-9744. So you can maybe have a conversation with you. 305-432-9744. You can call in if you wish now. The numbers to call, they are 1-800-327 1-800-327 448 3284 448 3284, or you can also call 448 3281 if you want to interact with Dr. Jean-Jacques. So yes.
But I'll tell you something,
Yes.
Cecil, and I want your listeners to get that message. 2025, you maybe would not want to take the chance that Mr. Lockhart took on me. Well, not on me, you will take a chance on somebody else. But there is something you can do to help somebody. Do it. You might not have a goal agent to give or to sign on to. Or even though you do, you might want to keep it for, your nephew or whatever it is. That's okay. But you probably can give some advice. You probably can open a door somewhere. You probably can pull a chain, let something happen, make something happen for somebody. Do it.
Someone said that Mr. Lockhart was your guardian angel at that time.
So you see, remember I told you earlier about me believing in God?
Yeah.
And me, every time in a hole, I've been rescued. Lockhart that day was my rescue. And it continues to this day, 2025. I wouldn't tell you a story that happened to me this, what month are we now? August. July. No. But to this day. So, you have to have a good relationship with the father.
Miguel Murphy said that it would be nice to see you and Mr. Lockhart on the same program in the near future. That is a great deed.
That would be nice.
But-
That would be nice.
but
That would be
not-
nice.
But not only that, Mr. Jean-Jacques, you yourself became the principal of the Dominica Grammar School.
Oh no, well, I know I wasn't.
What were you?
I was tied up to somebody who was the principal. Oh, but I worked there.
I like that. I like how he put it. He was tied up with somebody.
Okay, not tied up, not tied up, no, not bad, not tied up, not bad, tied up. Maybe I use the wrong word. Associated. But I worked there though. I worked there.
You worked there, yeah.
I worked there. Very happy to have worked there. Served as head of department in the head of French and Spanish department for a number of years. Did a few other little things as well until I moved on to I was moved on to Goodwood School.
Okay.
And as I'm on that, I want to say something about these schools. I also was principal at Marigot Secondary and principal at Castlebrooke Secondary.
Wow.
It's amazing how all these different postings, how I learned so much about Dominicans
Yeah.
and how all of them have contributed to me today, to how I am today, how I think today, how I deal with people today. Marigot Secondary was a particular case. Persons who taught there, now Marigot Secondary is no longer. It is shut down. It was shut down in 2005, 2006 maybe, thereabout. Many of the students and the teachers moved to the Northeast Comprehensive or to Portsmouth Secondary School. But that school had particular challenges. Many of the kids, they were persons who were looked down upon. Very poor households, extremely low scores. Some of them had difficulty spelling their names and writing their names. These were known facts. That school, if that school didn't teach you to be humble and respectful, well, I don't know, what else would? When I got there, I saw the issue. I suppose I was already respectful of people. So I did not look down upon them. What I saw was an opportunity to help persons. I tried to work with the staff. I tried to bring in resources to help the kids. I met the parents. I didn't disregard them. When the kids started ducking school, they didn't want to come to Jean-Jacques school. And I knew that. I would go look for them, but they would hide. Back then, I had an HRV. Yeah? And HRV was scarce. I think there were about 5 of them on the road back then. So you knew the vehicle from a mile. And they would run. They would duck me. You know what I used to do? I used to send persons who know them, who know where they are, go look for them. Why aren't you coming to school? It could be because their slippers burst, they don't have shoes, their one skirt it rip, it dirty, I have to, and I'm no figure, or I don't have breakfast, or I just fed up. all different reasons. In some cases, one or two students, they all had this multiple reasons. I never gave up on them. Some may have given up on themselves. I see them today. Some are not doing too well, but most are respectable persons on their hustle, trying to make ends meet. And I'm happy that at that time, I did what I could. I say this to say, the same way Mr. Lockhart did what he could to help me. Don't forget, you too can do something. How small it is, no matter how small, no matter what. It doesn't have to be a bag of gold, Papa Baudier. It doesn't have to be some material. Your time. A very sincere hello. How can I help you? Sincere. Not bogus, perfunctory, hello, guy. No. Treat the person with some respect and dignity. Give what you have. That is a beginning. It could be a beginning of a trend towards increased social responsibility among Dominicans. By now, Cecily must be seen I have an agenda coming here. We have to boost the level of social responsibility. Responsibility among Dominicans towards each other. Too often I see her sit back when we can do something, say something to help her. Not just to criticize. We have too much of that going around. To help somebody. And that's why one of the things I tell person about being a permanent secretary, I liked being a permanent secretary because it had me in a position where I could make a difference for somebody. Somebody could come, just walk off the street, come and see the PS, sit down, we talk X, Y, and Z is the situation. I say, And based on the conversation, I could just give an instruction. Based on that conversation, I could have a conversation with the minister, if necessary. Or take it further upon the minister's instruction. You could make doors open for people. But even without that, my mother and father, they didn't have, I'll never forget, they always gave the little that they had. People who know her, my mother in particular, who used to live on the street there, out in the window, they would tell you she would help them, give them a little something. I think if more of us take that on, man, help somebody. Think of your responsibility to the next man, because his sorrow might appear individual to you today. But consider this. His sorrow could lead to a level of desperation which could in fact fall back on your house through whichever means. A madman, you never know where he's going to end up, says Mr. Adams. You never know what he's going to do, a madman. Desperation can lead you anywhere. So I say we have to look out for each other. And in Dominica, we are too quick, too eager to cheer down. And the Lakou concept, it preaches the beef and gossip to her, yeah. But you can be sure persons would tell you, hey, pull up your pant. That pant you have on your backside going down there. That's how I bisa. Fix up yourself. Or somebody already hit your shot. Not your mother or your father, a neighbor would already hit your shot with a cocoa broom on your backside. Look out for each other. We have to do that more. We have to do that more.
No, I want to go into your studies, which is political science. But before we do that, I know that there are some achievements that you did, you have gotten. Can you help us to have a better understanding of some of those achievements that you would have had? Ambassador, some situations that you had in Canada while you're studying. You could help us to have a better understanding of some of those achievements.
Well, I have to tell you, I don't normally speak of myself. I am not good at speaking of myself. I am pleased with what I have achieved, but it's through hard work, and I honestly believe, hard work and the education I got from my parents. But I also honestly believe strongly in faith. I have been divinely guided. So you have to have strong faith. I remember when I was in my third degree in Quebec. That is another story because I had no intention for most of my life to do a PhD. When I did a master's, I thought that was it. Why do a PhD? Why do I need a PhD? And from my experience, from my knowledge, you don't need a PhD for to make $1 million. So I wasn't too interested in that. But I had a son, and I thought to myself, what better way I could push him, motivate him to want more for himself than to lead by example. And so the PhD came on the scene. But the PhD itself was a challenge unto itself because the PhD was in a field I had not studied before, political science. My background, if you look at my CV, is really in education, teacher training to teach social studies and geography and this kind of a thing, and French. And then the second degree was education, management, and policy. It's still education. There's a little policy there, but it's still education field. So I had nothing in political science. And furthermore, it was a degree in French. Now, I had done French throughout my studies, so I knew French. My first degree was done in French as a language, 4 years studying in Manitoba, Canada, in that language. But I went to do the PhD in 2011, and I had already stopped dealing with French. How many years before? That was since 2003, I think I had stopped teaching French. So in 2011, I was going to take on a PhD in a field that I wasn't familiar with, in a language that I'd almost forgotten. So that is was a challenge. But I went through to it. I went through with it, and I always felt there was a force guiding me. And I kid you not, I'm not a religious person. I'm not some religious not speaking to you. There always was a force guiding me, something stronger than I was. As a matter of fact, the first meeting I had with my director, my thesis director, he asked me, he told me, boy, you want to do this degree in 4 years, but normally it's 6 years. I told him I don't have 6 years. The scholarship was 4 years. I must go back after 4 years. So the idea of me staying on to the 2 more years, that's another question. So I told him we have to get it done in 4 years. He looked at me. I can still see him nodding. He's like, this guy's ready to do some work. Then he asked me, do you like to work? I said, well, of course I like to work. That's why I'm here. He told me, well, let's get to work. I told him, but I'm not alone, sir. He was confused. I told him, I didn't come here on my own. He maybe thought I was there with, I don't know, a wife or I don't know, somebody to help me study. I told him, no. I am guided by God. God is going to help me. I don't know, maybe he's not a Christian. He accepted that coolly. But throughout the years, the 4 years in Canada, and after that, I came back to do some work, I started working, and when I was working, I had to complete my thesis, etc., and go back up. So eventually I completed. I really did get the degree in 2 years later, 2016. But throughout that time, there were challenges, man. It was hard. It was brutal. It was brutal. I remember meeting a professor from France. She laughed. She laughed in my face when I explained to her I hadn't done political science before. I don't have a foundation in political science or in politics as a subject. But I was going to pursue it and succeed. And she laughed. I don't understand how somebody like you who has no foundation in political science, how are you going to succeed? Well, in the end, my thesis was nominated by the political science department as the best in that year. Nominated to compete among other degrees offered, PhD degrees, offered that same year within that faculty of social sciences. Because every year that faculty would have a gala and they they would award the top PhD thesis. So in that year, the political science department, which is part of the faculty, nominated my thesis to be the best, to compete among the rest. That to me was a victory, a triumph of adversity. But I'll tell you fellas something. It's not a message, not something I care about trumpeting. It's a personal victory, my crusade. But there's a lesson there for others.
Go ahead.
In the face of adversity, don't drop your hands. Don't surrender. If you surrender, you already fail yourself. Keep on going. Find different ways. Find avenues that are positive that can help you to succeed. I know there are persons right now who have businesses probably on the verge of cooling, maybe not knowing where they're going to get the next check. There are challenges. Pray, speak to God. I don't do the traditional prayer. My prayers are always a conversation with God. I'm kind of a weird fellow. Some person might tell that too. Yeah, some person you might be right now in their living room saying, I always knew me sort of weird fellow. Which is true. I have some kind of weirdism in me. But my prayers are a conversation with God. I speak to him and say, Father, look, I can't, lad, I really can't, lad. I'm not seeing my way. And literally, that's how I speak to him. Literally, I can't see it. Take care of that. And he does take care of it.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
Let's get into the political science aspect. Right. Here I'm reading actually. The nature of politics as we would consider it from our political socialization would lead us to define politics as anything that has to do with the government of a country. Is that what you understand, Dr. Jean-Jacques?
Everything has to do with the government of
a country or elections, etc. This definition is very similar to that found in the Oxford Dictionary. Politics is the art and science of government and the study thereof. Do you share that view?
And by government, we gotta be careful. You don't mean the entity government as in a cabinet, but the act of governing.
Governing, yes.
That is, you have a group of persons who are managing the affairs of the state.
That's right.
So politics says the art and science of governing.
Yes.
Well, to the extent that it includes the competition among groups that are not part of the cabinet. So, for example, what do we have here? We have the ERC, not part of cabinet, but it has its own views. Then we have that's party of Joshua Francis. His party is not part of cabinet. Oh, well, it's part of the parliament or not part of, well, it's part of the parliament. He has somebody in parliament, so maybe that doesn't count. But any group that doesn't have a seat in parliament or is not around the table in cabinet, but it speaks on behalf of people. They are also part of the political process. So to the extent that that definition includes these groups with the different ideas that they're contesting, they're competing for to get their voice on the national agenda, they too are part of the political process. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, we agree.
Good. So ERC that has been making its noises. Sometimes I wonder if it's the DFP reincarnated, or if it's attempting to take over the voice of the DFP. I don't know, but they are entitled a space, and they have been receiving a space at the table to voice their views, which is very important. That's good. I do not know if many back then we had there's another group from Newtown, based Newtown, Munsewie. Right. They were a little more vocal, but they also got a seat around the table. I believe there was a conversation. They were invited to a dialogue at some point with the cabinet or the PM himself. So that's very important. It's very important. I said to say that we have to embrace the different views in our society and be tolerant to them, even if we do not like what they say. So even when they throw the stones, no, well, not literal. Maybe it's a bad example considering that many have literally thrown stones. But even when they speak ill of you and what they're saying is not pleasant, we have to be tolerant of these groups. So far, I'm happy that we have this tolerance in Dominica. We have a system, or we have a process of governing which is inclusive. I was chief development planner, and I know for a fact that there was often consultation with groups that are not part of government on the budget. So the DHTA, not the DCA, the DHTA, DIC, sorry, right? And other groups representing maybe workers and unions. So this is important that we include the voices on the table, because the intention is to arrive at a consensus, at a position with which we can live. And the fact that we have today in Parliament a majority Labour in Parliament it ought not to mean that the only voice that must dominate is the Labour voice. That will be a recipe for problems. And I'm happy that so far we have a leadership that is open to listening and to embracing different views. This is important.
Now, I want to find out from you, Dr. Jean-Jacques, in looking at all of your struggles going through life in terms of the infrastructure that you're raised with, how do you compare today's period compared to your time growing up?
I said, those who are too young to know don't know how sweet they have it. If you think what we have now is bad, those who say it is bad, they have no idea what it was before. Where do we start, Cecil? The hospital. I mean, the hospital is, I sat there because many of us have gone there. The hospital, when I grew up, the casualty, my goodness. Casualty was what now? It was like what now? It was like something we don't have anything. There's no current example today I can think of to describe the person who don't know what casualty looked like back then. It was a real rough kind of a place, One room. If you speak up about unsanitary, today we know this word unsanitary. We always knew the word unsanitary, by the way. But I had to say, now today the word unsanitary has a lot of meaning to many of us. Back then, you overlook this thing. It's like the Gaza war. I'm sure the nurses and doctors understand what unsanitary means, but they can't do otherwise. You come in shot, you're on the floor. Back then, our casualty room, it was quite a mess. I know so because I had once the occasion of being there, not for myself, thank God, but for some other person. I also had the opportunity to go to the morgue. Well, that was a scary one. And I went there because somebody had told my mom that some relative of hers had passed away and we wanted to go and see for ourselves. The conditions, my friends, were not good. They certainly were not good. Were not adequate at all. We speak of roads. Well, the roads now are a sore point for many Dominicans, and they will continue to be a challenge for all of us, those of us who use and those of us who are in government, because the showers are getting heavier. Mm-hmm. The soil is getting more soggy. The vehicles on the road are adding their weight to the roads. If you drive on the edge of a cliff, that the constant driving, the numbers as well as the weight, they are adding to the pressures. Life has changed for us. Life has changed for us, making it more precarious in many ways. But also, the technology that is available to us has improved. So the road surfaces, we have now better road surface. If you think it is bad now, maybe because it's unkept in many areas, it was worse before. If you think of playing sporting facilities, well, we always had a Windsor Park in Roseville, it was there open to persons like 24/7. But let's face it, it wasn't a dilapidated state.
That's right.
I remember sitting in the stands in Windsor. I remember what they were like. I used to go to sell peanuts with my mother at the Windsor Park. I remember what that was like. I remember we didn't have the washing facilities that we now have. The sitting facilities were not what we have right now. The Lindo Park was always there. The Goodwill Savannah down by the 8 Bank, was always there. Newtown was always there. But, Newtown wasn't what it is today. I told you we used to play hide and seek in Newtown, Savannah, isn't that so? Well, how could you play hide and seek in Newtown, Savannah if the grass were nice and flat as it is now? Where you go hide and seek in Newtown, Savannah? No, there used to be some tall bush in Newtown, Savannah, That's how we could play hide and seek in Newtown, Savannah. Yet today, it is a whole different ball game. It's fenced up. We have a bleacher or bleachers. We have lights. Life is different. We haven't seen crowds returning to the Goodwill Savannah and down by the 8 Bank area. But that's another issue we have to consider. Many of us, we ask for these fancy facilities, but how many of us actually use them? How many of us do want to use them? I don't know. We didn't have Bathurst playing field before. We now have it. You can still use the stadium to train. You have to go work with the management. But you can still use it. I saw some kids training there. Today is Sunday, so maybe about Wednesday midweek, I saw some kids running up and down using the hard courts. And the hard courts had some really nice courts, So you can compare perhaps every aspect of our life now in comparison to back then. We have certainly improved. And the persons, and I know there are persons who have grown up. I grew up knowing them. And I hear them talk on the radio every day. My goodness. And I ask myself, but gee whiz, what Dominic are they talking about? Some persons whom I know have always lived in certain areas in the world. And they ought to know that what we have now is very different. The bridge we have that takes you from Goodwill across to the stadium, that wasn't there when I grew up, No. That is now there. It makes life much easier for us. We certainly have a long way to go. We have work to do. But Dominicans have to start being honest of the advances that we have made. We now have a whole set of persons with doctorates. And we produce doctors. We have a lot of medical doctors, that is. Persons who go over to study some fancy subjects and come back to work, Where did you hear about that before? It's because today, the past years, we have had a government that invests heavily in human resource development. We cannot hide from that fact. That is a fact. More doctors, more nurses. Nurses even trained now. A student of mine I met not so long ago, and she told me she's a nurse. I said, wow, that's good, congrats, whatever. I said, you have your full degree? Yes, sir, a full degree. I said, wow. And we had a conversation about that. You can actually get your BN now in Dominica, bachelor in nursing. You can become some big fancy schmanciness by just saying Dominica. No, that wasn't so before. That is development. It's not just building a bridge as development, That is development. That is people development. Before, we used to dream of being able to own a business. I remember sitting in Civil Court and studying. At night time, we used to take a break. We used to live there later, by the way. We'll be taking a break. Isaac, there was another guy called Malone, he doesn't live in Dominica anymore. Ahmad Johnson, he has his tire shop. A number of us were in his room. Then we used to be dreaming, boy, what would you do if you get money? That wasn't all we dream about. We used to dream. We used to talk. But that's one of the things we used to dream about. We always fantasize if we had money, what kind of business would open. We never had the money. There was no bank to go to. There was no government giving loan. There was no third floor financial the government quarters, Ministry of small businesses, where you could go for technical assistance, hand-holding, training, and money. NDF didn't exist. The 8 Bank giving you money. You a little poor Malawi who won't give you money to start any business. Look at us today right now. We have a number of startups. We have a number of young persons who are beyond startups. Either it is in manufacturing or they are big shot farmers with the investment, heavy investment of governments, well, taxpayers' money through government. It's a state supporting. We have come a long way. I could write a whole book about that, We better be careful what you ask me to talk about tonight, because we can go on tonight. That's one of the topics I'm very passionate about.
I look
The
at
advantages
I looked at your father's house. He built it without the assistance of any central government.
my father go away for that, my brother. My father bought, that was an old house he bought from Newtown. They broke it down and they carried it up. He had an old pickup. You see that pickup in that picture there? That old pickup there, he carried up and piece by piece, and we put the thing by the road. We haul it down. As a little boy, I couldn't carry much. It's dry, I could drag. I hold a piece of wood, pitch pine heavy. And if it goes in your flesh, what it does to your hand, right?
Yeah.
So we used to pull that down. I did what I could do. We pulled that down, and he and his pals, they pong nails, they do things. I used to be straightening up nails. Back then, when the nail, you use a nail, you buy a pound of nail. That one pound has to be the whole house, my brother. Yes, if a nail falls, my job was to take it, straighten it up, and put it in a can, so they can reuse it. Yes, and carry water. And then when we had to concrete, the kitchen was outside. It was outside. It's not in the picture. So we carried tarish and we tried to concrete the floor. I dragged tarish by bag from the road for us to put. There was nobody telling, I will give you your father a truckload of tarish. That doesn't exist. I'll give you five bags of cement. No, that's on you. How many bags of coal we had to sell? We didn't feel any way about that. We did what we had to do. That was the message. You do what you have to do to survive. Today we have a government that is distributing the fats of the earth. The fat sometimes is very fat, sometimes it's meg. So when it is meg, well, the distribution might take a little longer to come. When it's fat, all of us smiling, and more of us get, and more of us get even more. Using the fat of the earth to make orders reach a certain standard of life, of living, where they can be comfortable and safe, and they can tend to other matters of their family life. That didn't happen before. Nobody was coming to help my mother to pay the bills. The bursary I got, well, of course I got books. But today the amount of books I hear people getting, and they even get uniform too. I didn't qualify for the transportation thing. Persons who lived in town back then, they also got a transportation allowance. I didn't qualify that, of course, because I live in town. But the uniform, well, of course, somebody's going to give you uniform. The full, you get more books today than you did on a bush I got back then, It was just, it's something to help my parents then, so, and I'm grateful for it. But life has changed for the better. So anybody who tries to make us believe otherwise, well, we're no different. My partner, Jason, who has his, what's his, that thing he has? He's a big shot in town now, Jason Jean-Baptiste. Gosh. He has these businesses in town.
You're talking about this bar?
Yeah, man, he has his bar. Yeah. Jason was part of the school. We all went to school together, We used to play football together. Lots. He was a good footballer.
Which Jason you talking about?
Jason Jean-Baptiste.
He lived close to doing some back in those days.
Always on Facebook giving government blows.
Oh, you mean the Jason from Laplace?
No, Jason from Laplace. Jason from Roseau.
From Roseau. Jason Jean-Baptiste.
Jason, my partner.
Oh.
He has his businesses. He has this
he has
one pot.
Yeah,
one pot. Yeah. Oh, Jason, man.
One pot is a good vibe, One pot is a good vibe. Yes.
My partner, man.
One pot is a good vibe. He has 2 locations now, And he had one in Portsmouth, you know that?
Yeah, he had one in Portsmouth.
I'm not sure if it is still there.
I think it's still functional.
Yeah, it's functional.
But interestingly, I always tell persons, Jason is a good example of a successful young Dominican Roseau businessman.
Yes.
And then I saw he started giving government blows about this and that. He's free to do that,
Yeah, I know, the democracy.
He's free, yes. But I'll tell you something. Facts are what they are. Jason and I, we went to school together. The same conditions, same bench, same grammar school yard. Member guy. So Jason now wants to come and say, government are doing nothing but sports. All Jason can do is laugh when he says it. He wouldn't be able to tell me that. He wouldn't be able to tell me that. By the way, Jason, I have enough respect for him. I saw him the other day. I passed by his place. I said hello. I do go stop by his place if I have to have a drink. I'm not about learning politics.
Yeah, your partner.
Cheers.
He's my partner too.
No, we're not.
But
no,
if you have to look at the Lakou where most of us came from,
Yeah.
and you have to now look at where we are today
everywhere.
as a political scientist, tell me what would be responsible for us reaching where we are. I can almost say that we have graduated.
Leadership. I am not one for cliches, and I don't feel happy about repeating it, but it is leadership. Boy, I say that because the crises we have faced in the last years, these required strong decision. You had to have a very strong sense of conviction about you, that you know what you're about. You know that what you're putting forward on the table for persons to digest, they will, it is the best medicine, albeit it's not very nice, but it's the best for now. And to be persistent in following that plan of action that you have set out. And I can tell you straight, my brother, we could have gone down the tube. It could have been worse, If people think it's bad, it could have been worse. When Labour found out the state in which the Workers' Party had left the Treasury and also security, finances as well, Labour could have said, hey, when the IMF put things down for us and say, look, you cut this, you cut that, Labour could have said, hey, sure, go right ahead and cut. They resisted that. They said instead, let's do X, Y, and Z. Then you might remember, Pierre Charles sold the message to the people. He said, hey, this is the situation, Barai Wed, things are bad. We have to do something. Sink or we swim. This is how we can swim. We can do this, we'll get there. So the leadership had the vision, but also the strength, the guts, the courage to face people and tell them things as they were, the reality. And hear that. Not only face them, but to continue on the path, even when you know it is hurting everybody. It's hurting your granny, it's hurting your auntie. Of course, it's hurting you. But your granny, we all have a soft spot for the mothers in our lives, the women in our lives. It's hurting them. And to persist, that takes leadership. Of course, another dimension of leadership is the creativity. When things get hard, well, of course, there was COVID, but we can think of the natural disasters. Essentially, when the money was too hard for us to get because of all these different issues, financial crisis, etc., you had leadership that decided, hey, these are the priorities for government, for Dominica. We have to take a resilience agenda. What does resilience mean? It means the family has to be resilient. That is secure job. That is secure housing. That is proper secure healthcare system in which we can be satisfied. We can get the basic care. These are priorities for us. And leadership put money aside. These things become important.
Just hold it for a while. Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller.
The kind of things we're saying about Dominica, I just think we love the island where we were born. Because that's where you were born. You have to help to bring Dominica up, not to pull it down. I born in the World Hospital. There was 2 wards on Bafro, the maternity ward and the TB ward. And the balance was on Hillsborough Street and Kennedy Avenue. I'm watching them tell me to Columbus come before each side you can make out Dominica. I mean, I just kind of think can't be right. They just can't be right. Good night, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think honestly, I believe we have been blessed with sound leadership, and I was thinking about this for a while, and I was thinking, pretty much every nation at some point, at different points in their life, they would have had this certain type of inspirational leadership.
You want to hold that inspirational leadership, and let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. I'm sorry, you have to call back, caller. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, and it is said the kind of leaders that we have had, they come across once in a lifetime. I don't know about once in a lifetime, but I know we are blessed to have had the leadership we have had in the past 20 years. And I do hope that we can sustain it. I believe I've looked at the crop of new politicians, rising politicians. I see there's hope that this can be sustained. But it is something that we have to be proud of. And I believe this is the real source of our success. And the struggle continues, Matthew. We're not there yet, of course, you know that. The struggle continues. We have these transformational key projects that are part of the economic ecosystem. The geothermal energy plant, for example, that is a key one. That's at the heart of the matter, because energy from this is going to fuel production, which we hope will come from agriculture and from tourism. The tourism, of course, you're working for the airport is also going to bring in the tourists, but the airport is also going to bring out the produce. You see, so these structures, the airport, the marina, the geothermal plant, these are fundamental pillars of the economic ecosystem that we are working hard to build. The cruise ship berth, the new port facility, these are important. We are not there yet. We have work to do. They are enemies of the state. They come largely from within, from what I'm seeing. Dominicans, by and large, unfortunately, too many of us seem to be our own enemies. I say probably because I grew up here in Dominica. Is the last of everything, I grew up hearing that. You don't remember hearing that, Cecil, as a little boy?
Oh, yes. I've been hearing that all the time.
Well, since I know myself, and I have some years.
Yes.
I know you're my senior.
Yes, so I've been hearing that for a while.
So I believe we are now programmed to believe that to be true until you travel.
That's correct. That's very correct.
Until you go just across the water, just over there, 2 hours boat ride, and then see, hello, hold on a while now. Well, true, we don't have it so, but hey, hello, we're not so bad, man. So we have become by and large, our enemies. We think everything here is the worst of. We tear it down, we criticize it, although we accept it elsewhere.
Do you think that came from the attitude of people of that sort, came from the Lakou?
I haven't thought about that, but maybe you're onto something. But the Lakou had a power, Cecil. The Lakou, as in the close neighborhood, the immediate neighborhood.
Looking out for each other.
Developing
with each other.
But there's also this jealousy there too, we have to be honest. There's jealousy,
Yeah.
People seeing you and people checking like, the child have new shoes every school term. Where the money coming from, and next thing you know, we didn't have the tabloid that back then that we have today, but next thing you know, your name is somewhere in a gossip in a rumor in town, Yeah. So we had that, but so maybe that is part.
Just before you continue, I just want to say that Pakistan scored 189 for 4 wickets. I thought they were going to score 200 runs, but the West Indies team was able to hold them back. So 189 for 4 wickets in the 20 overs. So the West Indies, they are preparing themselves to bat. Go ahead, Jean-Jacques.
Yes. So the Lakou was a very particular makeup. that created a set of dynamics. I mean, it had its strong points, its strengths, but there was a reality of jealousy and whatnot, you know. My father was living in Pong. I mentioned that once. The same experience I had with Cock Street, where I live with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
I experienced it in Pong. That is, the people in Pong around him, in the Lakou, they were quite kind. They looked out. There was a lady called Ma Prevost. She was the mom of I think this guy passed away. Pamphile Prevost. This you might know this was skinny, lanky fellow.
Yeah, I know Pamphile.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was Lady May.
Yeah. Mammy.
Well, May used to live.
Yes.
She shared a fence.
By close to my Alan.
You know how you know this.
My grandmother lived in Pong.
Okay, but that was my father used to live right next to Mr. Alan and
Yes.
May and whatnot. You know.
Mammy Lee.
Ooh boy.
Mammy was my grandmother, and you had the Low Blacks.
Yeah. So
Then you
these
have the
people
DDS.
they had a very positive influence. They used to look out. That I have very good memories about them. But there are Lakous, neighborhoods where it was different. And probably because of the closeness, the proximity, people, business in your face. So you maybe do not know how to manage what you see. You see something, but you do not know how to handle it, you know. So you choose your way to handle it, which sometimes is the wrong way to handle it. You know, you carry on, you just go and tell your cousin. We didn't have cell phones back then. So when you meet your cousin, you say, hey, Udela, you see Jean-Jacques walking with a hole in his pants, you know, and take it from there.
But Dr. Jean-Jacques, in terms of the modernization and attitudes to development, what it is that you notice today in terms of all the progress that's being made, that we just mentioned a few of them, in terms of the airport, in terms of the geothermal, in terms of the cable car, etc., and all this modernization in terms of new economic thrust. Why is it that people still have that concept en pas fait?
Well, first of all, the persons who are saying en pas fait, you don't really believe that they believe that, do you?
No, maybe you can decide.
It's propaganda. It's an attempt to give a different version of reality and repeat it so much that if you are weak, you believe it. In other words, then you look in the mirror and you can see that your hair is graying, but you can actually tell us every day, it's not graying, you know. You tell it to yourself so many times, and you actually believe it.
Hold that thought, Doctor. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, let me say something here. The 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, these are days I can never forget in my life. When we living in a yard, if you come there tonight and you meet 5 family there, from tomorrow morning you have 6 mothers, 6 aunties, 6 people were taking care of the little ones. Your mother go to work, your father go to work. When you come, you never tell you, go and get a bowl, put some food for you and your brother. No, you and your brother using all your head, they say, let us go and wash the plates for the lady. Once the plates are going to carry water. So the thing was going around. It's not like no. If I see brain trying to go up one step high up, I want to pull him down. Before we were pushing you up. I don't know where we adopt that old stupid nonsense we're doing now. Mm. My name is Hassan Professor. Good night.
Yeah, but let me put it another way for you, Dr. Jean-Jacques. Now that we have all that affluence, and when I talk about affluence, let's take for instance, I go to Fonkole. And when I remember seeing Fonkole in the time I was growing up, it was only Bois. Now you go, you see houses, concrete. You go to Tarish Peak, concrete. You go to Yampis, concrete. You go around the areas now, a lot more persons have homes. Why is it that people are still behaving as if nothing is happening? You still say it's propaganda, it's just that people's own idea of trying to misinform people of what they actually see?
Yeah, I think so. I believe the person who said that they know something's happening. As a matter of fact, in the same breath that they say nothing's happening, they tell you they're giving people homes, but no title. Well, if nothing is happening, how can they be giving people homes? You see what I'm saying? You cannot say they give them home and still you can say nothing is happening. It's a contradiction. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So even the persons will say that nothing is happening, there is things happening. There are things happening. But I'll tell you something. You know, we face a serious social problem of. It's a very laid back. Dominicans are not grabbing the opportunities. They're not. I used to think it's because they do not know of the opportunities, because many persons don't listen to the budget speech. But the thing about the budget address too is that it's long and it's complex. It has numbers and it says a lot of things, lots of words. And I believe more effort has to be taken to let that budget, to translate that budget for people. Let them understand, put that into a language that everybody, including the proverbial little man, can understand. Translate it. For example, let me see if you can remember any particular just off the bat. $10 million for the housing program, you know, specific for public officers. The PM. Did you hear his closing address in the House? If you didn't, you should listen to it. The PM did precisely what I believe has to be done with the budget, so that every man and woman, Joe Blue, will understand there is something in the budget for you.
That's
and
right.
how is it going to work
benefit,
for you?
Yeah.
You are armed with this information, and therefore, even though your parrot is not a Labourite, but you can hold your parrot's feet to the fire. Hey, parrot, look, I am in your constituency, Marigot or Salisbury. Look, the budget says X, Y, and Z. I can benefit. I'm young. There's this land available. How do I go in? You know, let me know. What he did was, I call it a translation. He gave you a very practical representation of how that's $10 million in the bank can help you. Well, it's not $10 million per person, but how this facility for public officers in the houses, how that can help them. Remember, he had the numbers. He said, this gentleman, he called some police officer's name. He said, who gets whatever it, he explained.
Right.
Remember?
At the percentage.
Yes. So I think one problem is that many of the persons who are not taking advantage of the opportunities, because they do not know the opportunities exist. The GIS market does a good job of saying now the key pieces there. But do the persons who really need to know about these key bits, do they get this information?
Right. One of the things, and I agree with you, Dr. Joshua, is to translate the budget into the ordinary man's term in terms of making comparisons. Like the Prime Minister say, well, just think about it. The person who borrowed money, let's say $1,000, and the person has to pay 12% or 10%. That's what it translates over 20 years. So he put a figure to it, and the person borrowing money at 2%, that's what they have to pay. So they could see the vast difference in terms of savings. So I believe that is one of the ways in translating.
But he did also say you will save more money, and he's showing you what does more money mean. If you take this one, you will save X amount of money.
That's right. If
you take this one, this is all that money you have to pay. The little man can understand that language, all that money, less money. They can understand that. So that government programs exist, lots of them. The people do not know because, one, the language hasn't been articulated, translated for them to understand.
Right.
Number two, even though it is not taken to them. For example, now I'm one of those persons who suspect many of the persons on the roadside literally do not want to work. Work is not for everybody. Not everybody can hold on a job. Everybody wants to have a check. Not everybody can hold on a job. Work requires discipline. Many persons do not have the discipline. However, if what you can offer is retraining, maybe through a tech VOC program, but you might have some person in the block who do not want to go to school 8 hours a day. They maybe want to do 2 hours a day for maybe 1 week. and then 2 hours a day for maybe that's what they want to do. You cater the program for this person. You design a program for them. You get them. You go on the block. You find them. You tell them, look, this is what there is for you. At the end of these 5 weeks of training, you have a short job. The short job you have is really through the NEP. But the way NEP works, it can place you in a job where the government can hire you. Now, of course, you won't tell a person you have a short job, or let's say you do have a short job for the person. But the point I'm making there is that you take the news to the person on the block.
Right.
You take the news to the farmer. If the farmer is no longer on the field, but he's by the fisheries, chilling with his buddies, you go down there and you talk to them. You do it. I can tell you to do it because I myself have already done it. I've been peers in the ministry, and I had to go down on the ground to meet the persons, the real stakeholders, the real at the front line stakeholders, and tell them this is the situation, let's do this X, Y, and Z. So it can be done. I don't think it's being done. Government doesn't sell its programs adequately. That's one issue there. Number two, there seems to be a really awful disease plaguing Dominica. About Dominicans are sitting on opportunities. Even when they have lots of money to invest, they don't invest. We are risk averse. We prefer to see NCCU bursting at the seams with money. Leave it there. Sit down on the goal agent. Then we use it to invest in a worthwhile venture.
That's right.
And many of the young persons who pay big money to go to those VIP events, big money, and all they buy all this fake hair and whatnot. Okay, well, fake hair, somebody might give me some blows. Ladies will give me any blows for that one. But you know what I mean? They spend big money on the CEOs. How about a few of them pulling their monies together? If what they can afford is 200 grand, 3 of them are 200 grand, that's 600 grand. Put that money into a project. It might be something to a small bottling water plant. It might be buying an old house and refurbishing it, renting it, make some money. Eventually you expand. It might mean investing in a small AI startup. See, there are the opportunities here, but for some reason we like to relax. We let them pass by. There's another thing I hear people saying. The government is not giving them an opportunity. Many young persons, in particular, the government is not. I want an opportunity. I want an opportunity to work. But the focus is on the government creating the job for them. Literally.
That's right.
How about you as a young person who have been trained as an accountant, who have been trained in computer science, who have been trained in agriculture? How about you take the initiative, use your creative, and you create employment for yourself and others?
Let me just give you quickly, Doc. The West Indies are 26 without loss and 1.3 overs. Afana has just hit his second 6. He's now, second 4 in the over. He's 15 after 5 balls. Andrew is also 15 after 5 balls, so they're 30 runs without loss. And they are going good guns thus far. I just wanted to make mention to the listeners, 1.4 overs. The West Indies are now 30 runs without loss.
Wow.
Yeah. Dr. Jack, you're making some points in terms of translating those benefits that are there for the people, and I agree with you in terms of how do they make use of it. And I like the way you articulate it. There has to be, and you're an educationist yourself. A lot of your work has been in education. Translating it to the ordinary man so he can understand those benefits and how you say in terms of the attitude to work. What do you think about the work attitude?
Or attitude towards work?
Work attitude, or the Dominican attitude towards work.
I think it's changing, Okay, I see a trend. Let me explain. I see a trend among many persons to work hard, so they can advance themselves. So persons are holding on 2 jobs or more. I see that a lot. I also see persons who are full-time employed, but they're also taking courses.
Good.
Attempting to advance their qualifications so they can get another job or to expand the opportunities available to them. I see that a lot. But I still see too many persons in certain corners of the street just chilling. Now, mark you, many of these persons whom we often see chilling, they hold jobs at the computer. There's a new phenomenon in Dominica right now of working online. As a matter of fact, the government has had a program of training persons for jobs online. So many of the persons who sometimes on the block, probably they actually at work. They're probably working, sorry. But at that time we see them on the block, looked like chilling. Maybe that is their chill time, you know. But I still get the impression that we are not yet where we should be so we can move Dominica forward. And if we do not, if the persons in Dominica do not take on the task of taking on the opportunities in Dominica, we're going to continue relying on persons not from Dominica to do so. The government, whichever government right now is the Labour Party government in office, whichever government coming is going to have to import workers to take over if we do not continue with a positive attitude towards work.
Okay.
No, I want to find out from you, Dr. Jean-Jacques, in reference to a statement that the Honorable Prime Minister, and I'm speaking to you based on the fact that you have a PhD in political science. The Prime Minister made a statement recently in Parliament, getting Palestinians to having a discourse among the Dominican people to see if Palestinians can come to Dominica. What's your view as a political scientist on that matter?
Well, I embrace the idea of the discourse. As I indicated earlier, it is central to democracy. That is, you engage competing views. And so when the PM threw it out there, I thought this is laudable on his part. That is inviting persons to discuss and to give their opinion. And just as we did for the consultations on the electoral modernization agenda, different views will be considered, I believe, and taken aboard. As to whether, I'm not sure if you're asking me whether specifically about the Palestine question.
That's correct.
We need more people in Dominica, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. But let me.
We need more people in Dominica.
Mm-hmm.
As to whether it is the Palestinians or Koreans or I don't know, whatever ands that you want to throw in there, this is going to be a matter that we will see as it unfolds throughout the discussions. But it's a fact that, look, Asian population, you need more persons to work. You also need to broaden the tax base. That is more persons paying taxes. So we can get more money for us to do what we have to do. Right. The showers are coming stronger. It's hotter right now. So houses and hospitals have to be air conditioned. Schools have to be air conditioned too. You know, it's going to cost. These services are going to cost. So we need to, as well as in addition to other things, we also need to increase our population.
But let me take you on that. And we have to, as you say, in terms of the discussion, because as I travel around the Roseau and I travel around the areas, I hear the discussion. There are many people who don't understand the Palestinians. Many people think that the Palestinians are terrorists. The people, you hear them on the street, or whether you say the same misinformation, well, these people are coming, don't you know they're terrorists? Mm-hmm. But because you see, they don't understand that the Palestinians are normal people that are on the borders of Israel, and they are people, they are Arabs. So many people don't understand. So the discussion there can be muddied in by persons who tend to see them as terrorists. Yeah. Though the Prime Minister bringing terrorists into the country.
Well,
so we have to explain to the people who are the Palestinians, because this is some of the things that education is important.
Well, the first thing they have to know is that the Prime Minister didn't say he's bringing Palestinians. He didn't say that. To say he's bringing the Palestinians would be a firm decision that he has taken, and he hasn't. Based on what he said, there's this idea out there, and they'll be engagement with Dominicans on a matter. And it's out of their engagement that there will be a clearer direction as to where we go. So the persons must, slow down, tap their brakes a bit.
And taking note that they're looking at the whole issue of skilled people, agriculture, doctors, engineers, taking that into consideration. Not necessarily wanting to create any asylum. That has to be noted.
Yeah, but what I actually really like about the whole idea is, number one, it's a reminder, because he has been on this topic before. That is, we need more people. He has not mentioned the idea of considering Palestinians or any other group on that scale. I'm not sure of that. Although we have always embraced the policy of bringing in workers from Haiti on an organized program. So if you're a farmer and you have a list of persons, that can happen. But on that scale, I'm not sure that we have had that conversation before. But he has always been on the topic of a bigger population to provide more services.
I just also want to correct someone. Someone said that why are our Haitian brothers and sisters overlooked? Why the Palestinians over the Haitians? And that's not a fact. It's a discuss that's been established, and also to the Honorable Prime Minister said that he wants to have the discuss in reference to visa-free entry. So all this is added ways of getting our Haitian. Just wanted to inform the writer of that information on Facebook.
Well, I also heard the Prime Minister speaking about, for instance, people from Barbados and some Caribbean islands, the others I can't remember, in terms of, Belize is one of them that came to mind as well, in terms of free movement of persons within the Caribbean space. So all these are discussions in terms of movement of people within the space. And Dominica is one of the areas that is being discussed. So a lot of people hearing all the discussions. And it's very important that you, Dr. Jean-Jacques, as a political scientist and a man familiar with this policy, because you worked in the Prime Minister's office, what do you think about all of that discussion?
Discussion is important. But here's what I'm saying. The real message here for Dominicans is that we have to do something to increase our population. And whether we bring in the Haitians, whether we bring in the Palestinians, whether we bring in whichever group that they think about, they should make their voices be known in the weeks to come for the consultation. As far as I'm aware, there hasn't been a decision taken. That's not what was sold to us in public, and they should get ready to participate in that conversation. But importantly, they have to look at how we can do more. If we do not want to have more babies, we have to look at how do we increase our population so that there are more persons who are paying into social security, more persons who can buy the services that are produced here so that our businesses can thrive. Because the businesses will continue to will compete for the very same small market, the very same, 10 persons, 100 persons, very small market they're competing for. You see, so we need these numbers to rise. Get involved in the conversation once it is launched. And let's put the emotions aside. Let's pick on the matter very maturely. And but understand that these are decisions we have to take for Dominica. That is, how do we grow our population? And if not the idea of the Palestinians or the idea of the Haitians, and if not the full free movement on the CARICOM, well, what do you propose? You see, St. Vincent, Miss Adams, is the next island that is on board with the full free movement. Dominica, St. Vincent, Belize, and Barbados, full free movement.
Movement.
All borders open up to these people, just as we already do for St. Lucia, well, the OACS islands. They are free to come in. But from our experience, as we have seen, Mr. Adams, you'll agree, we have had OACS full free movement for a while, and we haven't seen this flood of people moving across the borders. So we shouldn't expect to see this in this in the CARICOM setting either.
Right. Let me put the other one quickly, and Cecil, you can join in because I'm hearing it as well. In terms of the movement of Haitians within Dominica, more so within the agricultural sector. I know, for instance, we're talking about the Haitians, and what we have noticed is that some of the Haitians who have been here, some of them migrate to neighboring islands. So if we are thinking in terms of bringing in Haitians within certain specific farm areas, is it going to be, and the discussion is out there, is it going to be on a 6 months basis? Is it going to be on a year? How are we going to monitor to ensure that, just like the farm program in Miami, where many Dominicans and other Caribbean people go to cut cane or pick grapes or apples or whatever, how are we going to arrange that? What is the discussion? Is there going to be a discussion around that as well?
I do not know if this is going to be part of the discussion on the table. I haven't heard that at all. But I know that we have had a program where we allow farmers in Dominica, if they have an organized program, if it's genuine, if it looks everything nice and in order, they want to bring in 20 workers from Haiti to work on their farm, they're allowed to do so. I do not know if this program is continuing, if it has been suspended, but this is something that I believe we have done before, and I would not be surprised if we continue, if we revisit, if we have paused it, if that we revisit, because there is a thrust you would appreciate in the government circle towards advancing agriculture.
Yeah, agriculture. Yeah.
For food security, number one, but also for job creation. Mm-hmm. On the farm, it's not just the one digging the hole and planting who gets a job. Depending on the farm that you build, you actually might need some computer engineer to manage it for you.
Also, too, Doc, while we're speaking about the conversation of the Haitians and the Palestinians and every other Ian according to you, what about Dominicans who are out there or who are overseas and wanting to take advantage to come back home, to return home? What would you say to them?
The door is always open. You're welcome. There is there are a number of Dominicans who have done so. Mm-hmm. You don't. This gentleman, not one alone. Johnson, the head of the airport development committee.
Yeah,
he like others. They have come home to contribute. He's still very young. Many of them are still very young. They haven't surrendered, or they may have surrendered their ties or the jurisdictions. But this government has always welcomed the contribution of persons in the diaspora. Concessions are granted to persons on a need basis. You have to make the request, put together a program. If, for example, you say you're going to build houses, you may be going to a factory, that itself would require a special kind of consideration. That's a business engagement. But they always welcome, diasporans always welcome to support what's happening in Dominica. I have been a very strong proponent for the diasporans' involvement in Dominica. This is why when I heard of the recent scandal that broke out, Dr. Dangaben was involved in, I was happy to hear that he had gotten his license and he was, for Dominica, and he was allowed to operate Dominica, and he has his clinic open. This is fantastic. I know of other persons, Dominicans living in other Dominica, who have built structures and they are renting to businesses and to homes. So this is something that the government has encouraged. I personally will encourage this as a way of investing, letting money circulate in the island, creating jobs for persons in the island, although you might not live in Dominica. I also suggest that perhaps some diasporans can get together, pool their money. So if two of them have some money, they want to. Right now, government is investing in this water factory. I believe it was said in the budget.
Yeah, in Lubia. Mm-hmm.
Well, how could it be that 2 or 3 or 5 diasporans couldn't invest in a juice making factory? Every year, from the same bone, when Dominicans say, we have so much juice and so much fruit in Dominica. How come government making a factory? Well, how come is diasporans not making a factory to produce juice? It might not be juice alone, it could be juice and other beverages. But why haven't Dominican, and it is not because of lack of concessions. Nobody can tell me because government not supporting. No. If somebody tells you there are no measures to support them and establish the business in Dominica, that person probably is lying to you through your face, or that person doesn't know of the measures that are available to him or to her. Some cases, persons have some genuine storage and they say, look, the measures are there, but I tried to get through and I got blocked. And that is a possibility. That is a different story. But don't just sit back and say, government, there are no measures in place for government to encourage me to begin a business. If you have the money, you take the idea, the concept to the investment, Dominica. That's what I would suggest. You already have the money, you have the capital already, not like you need the money. And you take it from there. You get some support from there. They are very proactive over there and they will help you out. So why can't some diasporans in Dominica pull their money together? Dale has his clinic in Point Michelle. Others as well can do something likewise.
That helps propel, economic viability. That's important.
Exactly. Providing more services or enhanced services.
Also, and does the importance of population. We speak quite a lot, about increasing this, increasing that, but we have a disadvantage, which is population.
That is
economic of scale.
That's a major impediment. I mean, I mentioned we have competitors for the same small pool. Commonly now we have a number of mini restaurants. They pop up here and they pop up during the COVID era when persons stayed home to cook, and you could call, place your order, and you would go collect. Remember that popped up around that time.
Yeah. Place your order. So
a number of them have now opened their doors, and we have a number of establishments, young persons heading them, but they're all competing for the same small pool of workers. And pretty much most of them are saying the same thing: fried chicken and fries. They do it differently, they dress it differently, but it comes down to the same thing. So the service hasn't generally diversified in many cases. But even though it's diversified, it's the same pool of small persons. So the same persons who work in a Roseau area, let's say 100 persons, who have a disposable income and a desire to patronize these establishments. They'll go there after work, but there's only so much chicken and wine you can have, And so, but if you had a larger population, then you have more persons patronizing. Then the establishments would be able to make more money, be able to sustain themselves.
West Indies now at this time 54 for 1. Afanas is still batting. He is now on 30 in 5.2 overs. And Hope is batting. He's on 1. So West Indies is doing well thus far. 55 for 1 in 5.2 overs with Afanas on 30 after 15
You sure you want to continue watching that match?
No, I agree with you, because he'll get a foul for it.
Boy, you really want to do that to yourself.
We just have to hope. But he has great expectation.
Well, so far in
and I agree with you, Doctor.
He has 107 runs.
I would not. If
627 runs.
Yeah, we know. For instance, West Indies always give us that hope, and then we are shattered. So I don't want to see. We have to pray for them. All I can say, let's pray for them and hope for the best.
No, Dr. Jean-Jacques. Let us go a little bit in the region, the politics of the region. That's in our Caribbean region. What do you make of our Caribbean region in terms of the free movement of people? We have named a few countries. I think there's about 4 countries in the region that really have the free movement of people. What do you make of that?
This is long in coming. This is the whole idea is stronger together. And I would hope now it's the 4. It's called a Fantastic 4. It's the 4 of us. Well, Dominica, we included in the 4 that have started the ball rolling. But the idea is in a world where you have a number of the powers, traditional partners, looking within and being a little more aggressive towards those who are beyond them, beyond their borders. And they're looking within. Now that you have your crises around the world expanding, that is actually going to force these traditional partners to look even more within. The Caribbean region, therefore, must bind together. We have to do something. And by Caribbean region, normally we tend to speak mostly of the Jamaica in the north to Trinidad and Guyana in the south. But we can look at the broader Caribbean area that's referring to anywhere the Caribbean Sea touches. So you have some Latin American countries involved. And generally, in modern day politics, when you speak of the Caribbean, you normally speak of Latin America and the Caribbean. Considering that we're generally close to each other, but we also tend to suffer the same fate at the hands of our traditional partners. So, regional integration has a new meaning, not just the four of us that are together now, and the hope is all CARICOM member states will eventually join together to have this full and complete movement across borders.
Let's take a call quickly from overseas. Good evening to you. Good evening.
Oh, good night, my brother.
Good evening.
Brian and your guest.
Good
I
evening.
just want to petty back a little bit. Good evening. Just want to petty back a little bit on the resettlements of Palestinian, the idea of Palestinian in Dominica. Apparently, our people in Dominica, some of us do not understand the danger of not having enough people in Dominica. I could go on and on about it because I have seen how it works not having enough in a population, right? Now, Dominica is one of the 10th largest island in the Caribbean and the largest island in the OACS at 290 square miles, but yet we have one of the smallest population of 73,343,000 people recently census, right? And our birth rate is very, very low. And our people in Dominica do not see the danger in that. With a small population, our manufacturing will be low. Our work ethics, people will not want to work as hard because they doesn't see the benefit of working. When you have a bigger population, you're gonna have more of flow of money that gonna circle back in Dominica over and over. When you have a less in a population, people hoard things. But when you have more people, people will spend, people will work, people will compete against each other in a good sense, not in a bad sense. So the idea of having people coming in Dominica is not a bad idea. Palestinians, they need help. We need to stand with the people of Palestine, and also the people of Haiti, because Haiti has a good history. And most people don't understand. They will tell you about how Haiti is bad and Haiti is this and Haiti is that. But Haiti is one of the most productive people in the Caribbean if you don't really take stock on their history. You won't see it. You guys get where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Right? Now, with people in Dominica, right, with our population being higher, we could able to have more of a work platform where people can literally have different shifts, right? Because as I tried to explain a few months back, when you ride in a bicycle, right, you have a high gear that has less teeth. It's harder to run that bike. It's harder to pedal. But when you have that low gear with 27 teeth, it's easier to pedal. So more people in Dominica means that the work ethic is going to be easier than having less people. So that's when you have less people, people afraid to spend because they doesn't see where the money gonna go because things gonna be more expensive. But with more people, it's gonna be less stress, and people don't understand because that's how the United States work. The more people there is more people to spend, more people to buy, more people to gain, and it goes on and on in that circle. You guys understand where I'm coming from, right? So the idea that having foreigners and a free visa to Dominica is one of the greatest ideas. I don't think Dominica should have visa restriction on anybody in our time in our lives right now, because we need people in the country to make Dominica work. Because look at the birth rate in Dominica. How many children born in a day? The brain, because you are the brain. You are Cecil. How many children born in not in prison, in China Friendship Hospital today?
I think every 1,000 there are about 10.
No, the fertility rate has declined.
Yeah.
Basically,
No, it's very,
or we have had some migration, but basically, when we do the survey, and some it has not actually been published, is that with the advent of birth control, which was introduced in the late 1970s and 80s, it has helped to reduce our population. So right now, I think we have.
That they need to take off the table.
So right now we have to reconsider.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I am not for the idea. I'm not for the idea of a young child being in a relationship with any older man. But if two young people at the same age decide they want to be in a relationship, let them go ahead. You should not penalize a young 16-year-old boy for being with a young 16-year-old girl, because he and she is experimenting. But I would penalize a man that is way older than that child to be with a young child. If the child is 18 and the parents say, okay, that's an adult, they can go ahead and do whatever they want.
Well, let me throw
that is good.
Let me throw something at Dr. Jean-Jacques. In terms of policies, I know, for instance, and you too, Cecil, in terms of Guadeloupe and Martinique, don't you think that if a young girl...
That is it, caller? That's it?
That's it? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of the... should incentives be given to people having... I know, for instance, in China before it was one child per family. Should incentives be given for children, women making, a certain amount of children? Will government take on the street? Or what is it? Is there going to be a policy to cause women and men to have more children? What is it? So
Well, I think there are already incentives being given. Maybe we don't package it that way, but what would a family want if the family has a baby? Costs for diapers are expensive. Cost for, I guess, medical visits, but it's not free already. The diapers, okay, I can understand, but I believe from what I'm hearing, the VAT, there is no. This comes under the VAT reduction program, isn't that so? Mm-hmm. But education is taken care of. Health is taken care of. So in some way, the government is already incentivizing families to have babies. If you're speaking of these very general social programs that I've heard of in other jurisdictions, give them a check per child. So $100 or 100 euros or maybe pounds per child over. I'm not sure how this works.
Hold on, Doc. I think it is said. Someone just said that Dominicans' lifestyles have changed, and the younger people are seeking career and other options over childbearing. It means that I remember as a boy growing up, you would hear that mothers have 7 and 8 and 9 children, 10 children, and normally it is said because of poverty that happens. So what do you know, Doc? In reference to that situation, where ladies are now, I shouldn't just say lady, but both ladies and men are not having that many children.
I had a similar conversation at a meeting I attended some time ago, not too long ago actually, and I thought the very same thing at the caller or the person said to you, that it appears to me that many of our young persons are prioritizing other things over having children. And even many women who might want a child, they delay the childbirth, they delay having children later on in life, so maybe around 30s, it appears to me, as they initially prioritize education, for example, and job security, so career and education over having a family. Although many of them, it appears, might want to have a boyfriend, a steady partner, even during a period when they will not have a child. So the idea of having a child may be something that many of us just seem to be delaying. And certainly having more than 2 children doesn't seem as appealing today as it appeared way back then. Mm-hmm. Although to me, having 3 children is not that big of a deal, but 3 children is a nice little number. But it appears many of our young persons, the thought of having more than 2 children is even a frightening thought. They have a reaction. You can hear them, you can see them.
Yeah.
You know. So it could very well be that there is a change in the priority ranking for many persons. The question is, what has caused that change? What makes them want to prioritize career, job security? Well, let's put it this way: pursuing the money or education. It's personal, private goals over family. Is it because the family doesn't appear to them to be so important? Is it because they feel that without these accomplishments, career and education, they do not feel accomplished? I do not know. Some sociologists will have to give us some insight on that.
Another
something has caused that change.
Right. Another area in terms of reduction of fertility rate is the issue of migration. Mm-hmm. That is, we have many Dominicans who are in Guadeloupe, Antigua, Saint Martin, neighboring islands.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not that they're working. Is it that the migration itself has caused a reduction in terms of our population? Many of our Dominicans are overseas in neighboring islands.
Well, migration has played its part, but I believe the issue of migration is sometimes overplayed.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
I suspect. We know a number of Dominicans who leave Dominica in the last few years. Well, certainly after Maria, there was an exodus. There is data that has shown that. I remember reading some report on that, so there is some data on that. There was an exodus out of Dominica as a result of that. But that very same report suggests that in the last years past, 3 years after that, it appears many persons had either returned or the rate of migration out of Dominica had slowed down. Persons are still living in Amakio. Probably you and I seen 1 or 2 persons who may have left in the last few days. But I do not believe it's on the scale that many persons would like us to believe. Many persons in particular who hate Dominica or wish to make you believe that everything in Dominica is worse than elsewhere will tell you that every day 100 persons are going. I remember there's a politician, a current politician right now, some years ago, who told a St. Lucian broadcaster that there are hundreds of companies that have closed down and thousands are living in Dominica.
Right.
So I was flabbergasted at what Dominica was talking about. What Dominica was talking about. And I was tempted to call the broadcaster and tell the politician straight to his face that he was saying a lie. But this is the kind of propaganda that's going around. I don't believe that the level of migration, the rate of migration out of Dominica is so great that it is in itself a debilitating factor to our development. I think persons in Dominica simply have to make most of the opportunity that they have. There is some things, a kind of a malaise that is just deep within us. We prefer sit back, watch opportunities wither away. If another group comes and take the most of these opportunities, the Chinese come, the Asians come, the Hispanics, the Latinos come, they make the most of the opportunities that are there in Dominica. Well, then we wake up and we say, oh, hold on. But the reality is we have been sitting on these opportunities for how long and we're not doing anything about them.
Well, I can tell you, Breen, that the West Indies has lost a second wicket.
Who is that?
That is
Yes,
Hope.
I tell you.
Hope scored 7. So the West Indies is 74 for 2 in 8.3 overs. Afanazi is 43, not out.
Right.
And Rutherford is 0 not out.
Okay.
Waterfall is 0 not out, and
Right.
Afanas is 44.
Well, I hope that. Sorry, I hope the Afanas himself doesn't lose his head and his concentration and realizes that he has an opportunity to stay there and bat. I hope he doesn't disappoint us again and
And
doesn't
we are
get his
chasing
50.
190.
We're chasing
190.
So now we are 81 for
Two.
84, 81 for 2.
Right.
Just so 6.
Right.
And they are still going well, I think.
Well, but the Afanas himself, I know how crazy he is.
No, Doc.
Good. Yeah.
Let me ask you about trade in the region between ourselves. CARICOM.
CARICOM. Yes.
Are you satisfied from the point of view of scientists? Are you satisfied, political scientists? Are you satisfied with the kind of trade that we are having between ourselves?
Among Caribbean.
Among Caribbean people, Caribbean countries.
No, trade is still dominated by a few. Among Caribbean countries, it's still dominated by a few blocks, namely Jamaica and Trinidad. And I think to a lesser extent Guyana. These are the blocks that are the heavyweights in the region. So there's a lot of trade from them to us, the rest of us. We still do not, in my view, for example, Dominica, we do not get to penetrate these markets as much as we can with our soap, for example. We're going to begin water soon. We will still, I can guarantee you, will struggle to penetrate the Trinidad market. I believe the Minister of Trade has, well, he hasn't said that, but what he indicated was that there are barriers that exist that reduces the rate at which small island states like Dominica can vend their produce, can vend their produce and their products in the neighboring islands, in spite of the fact that there are structures within the CARICOM framework that should facilitate us doing so.
What do you make of Guyana now having oil plus gold? What do you make of Guyana in terms of their economy?
Well, the word we're getting out of Guyana is that, well, things are looking up. They're on the massive program of infrastructural development using the oil money. And we hope that this will work out well for them. They're going to have elections pretty soon, I think in September. So who knows what direction that can take after the elections. But this augurs well for them. They're also strong agricultural output. We do not know, again, what happens after the elections. But what we want from Dominica's perspective is to be able to vend our produce, vend our water, vend our soaps in particular, in these and the alcohol that we produce here in these MDCs, that is the more developed Caribbean countries of Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, and to a lesser extent Barbados. Although Barbados is smaller, population is bigger, but it's considered a more powerful trading partner.
Okay, good. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You go on.
What do you know in reference to the Caribbean, Dominica? We are now building an international airport. What do you now think of the Caribbean to build a greater relationship with Africa, more so that of West Africa, to see some more trading business get into the Caribbean?
To the extent that we can get our roots directly from the motherland to the Caribbean, because if the routes have to stop multiple points, more than even one point along the way, that's going to, of course, raise the cost of the goods, which means it will be not very competitive to import from Africa to the Caribbean, or vice versa. You see, so this is great. The movement towards embracing the African brothers and sisters. This is good. This is good. However, this must take place in concert with other factors. Clearly, the cost of transportation, air transportation, commercial air or passenger, this has to be considered, and that has been a factor of big concern for most of our partners in the region.
So, what do you make of the international airport now in Dominica?
Well,
Knowing that there are other Caribbean countries, or if not most Caribbean countries, with international airports.
One big selling point we have many selling points for us on international airport. One of them is our geographical location, essentially our point on the map. If you look at the map of the world, you see that Dominica is placed in a position where it could be a hub from Africa and from Asia for the rest of the Caribbean, and as well for Central America. Have a look at the map. So the idea is that we are building this airport so that it can accommodate flights currently from as far as Europe, Asia, certain parts of Asia, but the intention is we can eventually expand so it can accommodate flights from as far as the African continent. What this could mean for us is the greater ease of moving business persons from the continent to Dominica for investment purposes. Also, hopefully, we can send out some of our goods. And again, I say it shouldn't be a situation where you have to send out our goods and the plane has to stop in 1, 2 different countries along the way. If that is the case, then the cost of these goods will certainly rise. You see.
West Indies, after 10 overs, we are 90 for 2. After 10 overs, Afanaz is on 49, and Rutherford is on, 9. So the West Indies, again, 100 runs behind from 60 balls. What do you make of it?
I give Pakistan, I would say, Sardok again.
No,
55% to Pakistan winning, 45% to West Indies
Well,
winning.
I give West Indies 48% and Pakistan 52.
Well, the odds are in Pakistan favor.
Yes.
No, I give West Indies full odds of winning.
I mean, but I'm just saying that. So
Can you imagine Athana's on the field and he has an earpiece and he's hearing you fellas say,
yeah, he's on 49, but I know him already. So we just have to pray.
Let's take a caller. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, good night, Joseph.
Good night to
Good
you,
night,
sir.
my brother.
Yeah, Mr. Brain and Dr. Jean-Jacques.
hello.
Yes,
I want
caller.
to follow Yes, I say good night to the panelists, Dr. Jean-Jacques Brain and Mr.
Good night, Ronnie. Good night, Ronnie. It's a pleasure hearing you.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to follow 2 trends that Dr. Jean-Jacques have been talking about. One is our attitude in working, and when the Dominican is working, you find a great amount of fight down in whatever field you're doing. You can be vending, you can be in farming. There is not much cooperation between the Dominican people that want to work, whatever field they're in. Even in the music, in small business and farming, they don't come together. And that is one of the struggle I find. And then you find a height of jealousy, and I find it coming a kind of colored racism among the Dominican. And then when a foreigner is doing it, no one is complaining. I have seen that even in the capital, even in the countryside in Marigot, I've seen a lot of young people try business, and somehow the system come on them and they have to just shut down. One of the other things is our trade in the Caribbean. As you just said, the Minister of Trade was speaking about it, and it's a very hectic. Now, look at how close we is between Guadeloupe and Martinique, and these are our close neighbors. They visit us more often than any part of the Caribbean. We have strong link even from Ruzi. We had people like Dr. Makut, who was coming here with Ruzi and saying about patient Dominican people. Cecil knows about it. Why don't we tie a stronger link and continue those journey what Ruzi had, even to build stronger bond? Because Ruzi died, and I think he have a birthday sometimes. Why we don't strengthen it that on that day we can bring the people that was following Ruzi. Ruzi have a strong link out there, with his whole.
Well, I can tell you, Ronnie, that in reference to the link that you're talking about, was very much involved in that. So in Guadeloupe and Martinique, they are department of France. So anything that you have to do is you have to do it to France. What Rosie had a very good relation with his organizations of the territories, and those organizations were involved in culture and sports and a few other things. But in terms of direct link, we would have to do that with the with the French
No,
government.
Mr. Joseph, I'm not speaking to the stronger link between Guadeloupe, France, and,
Oh, okay.
and
All right.
Dominic. I'm talking about the ground people who are the links with Guadeloupe
Oh,
and
okay.
Martinique.
But a lot of these
For instance,
people.
for instance, Mr. Joseph,
Yeah.
look at during the festival time.
Sorry to
We
cut
have
you, just to
got
cut you, just to cut you short a little bit. Just to inform the general public that Afanas has just scored his 50 foot out of 41 balls. Go ahead, I'm Ronnie. Sorry about that.
We look at all the strong links we have between Martinique and Guadeloupe, and even our local trade with trading. Somehow we should have a financial institution at the bayfront. I don't know how we can implement it. Is through the same fronts. I mean, we have people out there that can go and speak for us. We have Gordons, we have Guadix, we have Ophelia. I believe these people are strong ambassadors out there that can negotiate. Because you cannot have a close neighbor, and even when they reach to the shores, they don't have a place to change to do transaction with the finance. And you see a lot of them just come here and they just get a little bit forced with it. And I wish Mr. Jaza could speak on that topic, maybe when he meets with the higher people in the government to talk on that. And one of the things I heard the Prime Minister said, a lot of the budget ideas do come from they come from the public. And I remember some time back he asked the public to give him advice. And then when some people come up with their idea and where they're working from, like they feel they're working from farming, manufacturing, music, you find another set of people very upset, as Dr. Jazak was just saying. Everybody must give up opinions are free, regardless to where you is. So one night all those things that are creating more friction, and we're not supposed to struggle to import people, just like all the other Caribbean islands. People are migrating to those islands. We're supposed to watch what they're doing, and we're not supposed to force in people into integrating on our land, because we don't even really give them a good start.
I don't think we're forcing people. Antigua is not forcing people. Antigua has so many Jamaican, Guyanese.
Exactly, that's what I'm
so
saying.
I'm saying they're not
That's what
forcing
I'm
them. I wouldn't agree with you that you're saying that they're forcing them.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Joseph. I'm saying the same way our people leaving and going to the other Caribbean island without the jobbers. Why we don't look at what they're doing, and then we can help? Because I walk around Roseau today Sunday and I see only one Spanish bar open and playing music. And when I go to one of the big stores up by the police station, a supermarket, I ask the boss, but today you're supposed to have a little steel band at the front of the store playing some Christian music. One or two people pass by, you're supposed to give them a drink or something, a compliment. I mean, to the Sunday, I mean, that brand have been there for a while. I mean, the government can't do everything. I mean, you owning the business there, you open up, I mean, it's a good location, people want to come and shop. But especially there's a lot of things we have to sit down and talk, like Mr. Jazak was saying. All the idea not in the government, and the government can't do all the work. I mean, we, the citizens, have to come together, as Jazak saying there. We're going to sit back there and the country going to develop, and other people going to come and grab the opportunity, and we're going to be fighting like wolves amongst ourselves, like drinking one another's blood, and that's how we're going to get satisfied. That's what I see happening in the outside world today. You see it happening in Russia, in Israel, and to me that is the stage I see we're coming. Sorry to say that way, and I believe the Prime Minister needs to have a little more voice with the local people, as he's saying, to listen to the downtrodden man. Because I've been listening to politics, I've been following politics for a while, Mr. Joseph, asked for Labour Party. I've been around. I never get too deep involved because I really didn't like some of the atmosphere of the politics, but I've been around. And Marigot had a strong root of the Labour Party. If you look at some of the first graduates who go to Cuba, some of them was from Marigot, the first batch, and I mean, they had a strong connection. So I'm just making you know that. And Labour was always a party that was voting from the 70s. It's only from the 80s you see the Freedom Party conquer, but the whole island, Dominica was voting Labour Party from the 70s. It's just after the 80s, the Freedom Party took for 15 years. So we have to get back to the roots, and we have to follow Libla and Patrick John concept.
So, caller, I would like to have you a little bit longer, but we are already running out of time. So thanks, man. Yeah. I wish Ronnie would have called us a little bit earlier so we can interact with him. Yes. Anything from what Ronnie said, Doc?
No, I would just I just thought, as he spoke about persons taking the opportunities, I thought, we have the opportunity now for young persons to get some acres of land out of the peppercorn rate of $1 per year. I mean, I want to see how many young persons are going to grab the opportunity. And if you cannot do it alone, you gang up with one or two of your partners and you do some massive investment in agriculture. And it doesn't have to be the traditional bend your back and plantation. You can do that depending on where you're located. But there are opportunities for hydroponics, production of vegetables, production of flowers. You can go into the production of meats or even aquaculture. The land is for rent, but make use of the land, make some money.
Before we close, I see time is running fast.
Yeah.
I would want to ask you, as the scientist in politics, in reference to the United States and trade, how much do you see that the trade, should I say, it's not embargoes, no? But the trade concerns that many countries have, do you see this as a disadvantage to the larger global world in reference to doing business?
I guess you're asking whether the tariffs
are
a disadvantage?
Yeah.
Whether they are disadvantage?
Yes.
It's hard to see how they can be an advantage. I mean, a tariff is essentially a barrier.
Yeah.
It's a block. It discourages the flow of traffic. And when the traffic takes place, price of goods go up. When Trump mentioned the tariffs, I think towards the beginning of his term, on the shipment of goods from China using Chinese ships, it is said that Shein prices went up. Now, Shein is one of these online manufacturers where many Dominicans seem to shop. And many of them were bawling, my bill, the thing that was costing me $5 on Shein, now cost me 15 US. So it's hard to see how tariff is going to help. But indirectly, what it has done now, it has forced nations like in the region to look within to see, how can we now collaborate so we can trade among ourselves. So a spin-off or one side effect, if you will, one consequence of this hostile trade environment is, you can call it that, the empowerment, or rather groups around the world, countries around the world are getting together to see how they could collaborate and make life better for themselves and their citizens. We see it for Europe. Europe is banding together to now make deals with Trump. In the Caribbean, we have joined together and we have met Trump. We're also looking at working with Latin America to see how we can open new markets for us. We already buy a lot of the poultry from Latin America, but a lot of our meat still come from the United States. So I suspect in the years to come, many countries will be doing likewise, collaborating to see how they can resist the tariff and survive. I don't see how tariffs are going to benefit.
One of the things I noticed as well is that most of the Caribbean people and Latin America as well is looking towards Africa as well, because we know, for instance, in our history, a lot of the goods, certainly the rare minerals and the minerals, are in Africa. So one of the ways we can also do is by looking at ways of trading as well with Africa. That over-reliance on American trade is forcing many countries to look outside of America and more or less within themselves, as you said, and with other African countries.
And that's one benefit. That's one side effect of this tariff war. But it's not going to help the Americans for sure. I mean,
they too have to buy.
Wow,
and their businesses, because one of the things I notice also in America is that the Americans cannot do without labor, because most of the agriculture is being driven by cheap labor. So that's one of the side effects. So let's look at it, and we just have to prepare ourselves for working within our region in terms of believing in our own selves.
Yeah.
Time is running out on us, Cecil.
Yes.
Should we ask Dr. Jean-Jacques for his
You-
closing
you-
remarks?
you're so
Can I
right.
do the honors?
No, you're so right to see that Afanas would play a foolish stroke, and he did play a foolish stroke and got out. So he out on 60. So
What did he do? What did he do, Ponty?
swing his
Stupid
bat
stroke.
again.
He did a stupid stroke.
Did a stupid stroke.
I'm telling you, man. I always telling you.
And got out at foot. I think
At 60.
at 60. Yes. Before you go, Doc, at 11 o'clock, I'm asking you the question: would you ever contest a general election? And if you do, which political party?
My that's an interesting question. Would I contest? I could, but I believe I can better serve the people around me. I can still serve the people around me without being in politics. Politics is not for everyone. Everyone doesn't have to be in it to make a difference. So I can make a difference even without being in politics. But I could get into it. For which party? I think you already know for which party it says. I don't know where it's right.
I don't know. I'm asking.
I am very comfortable in my support for the most progressive party around, and it would very likely would be for that party as well.
You're
I don't know what you
party.
try at 11 o'clock.
No,
there,
you're saying progressive party.
I don't know what you try at 11 o'clock there, but that Google you bold there for me. I'm going to hit that for 12.
All right, progressive party.
That Google you bold there for me because your time is out. You want to bold me a Google and try something. I'm going to hit that for 12.
No, we come to the end of another interesting Lakou program. I just want to say thank you. Yes, I am giving you the honors.
Yeah, Dr. Jean-Jacques, your final comments before we
Thank you
wind up?
very much. Thank you very much. If there's anything I want to leave with your listeners, is like I said, it's not just simply nostalgia, but the values that that have brought us this far. Us, my contemporary Cecil as well, they remain important. Respect, hard work, honesty, stay humble, and always show gratitude and help. Share whatever you have. Sharing doesn't necessarily mean you something material. If you have material, you share material. But I'm saying what you have is time. If what you have is love, if what you have is a kind word, do so. Share it. Help somebody. Help pull somebody up. If God blesses you, it's because He wants you to bless somebody else. So bless somebody else along the way. Thanks for having me. Well, I hope we're going to have spoken about the party politics in Dominica, Cecil. I have a whole lot to say on that.
I'm going to bring you back
We gotta
sometime.
bring
you back.
I'm going to bring you
Party
some time
politics.
to talk about party politics in Dominica. Not necessarily Labour Party or
general,
Freedom Party.
the political
general
scene in Dominica.
Political scene in Dominica. It's
Good.
important that we speak about these things because sometimes people tend to think that you shouldn't speak these languages on radio or on a national radio.
Was that
station.
party politics?
Yeah, people tend to think so. I don't know why, but that's one of the ways that you can help build and share information, share knowledge for people to have a greater understanding as to the difference in ideology, the difference in commitment. So there's so many things that we have to look in terms of party politics, and I think as a scientist in politics, I think it's important that we can bring you one day and just have a strict discussion on party politics in Dominica.
I look forward to the opportunity, Cecil.
All right, I just want to say to you, thank you very much for gracing us, and I just hope that tomorrow morning you will get your kudos from the many listeners, and I'm sure by the time you leave here that a number of persons will give you a call or give you some message on your phone, and I really think that you really helped in enlightening us in a number of areas, especially in your bringing up. I really want to say I appreciate that, and thank you again for gracing us with your presence.
Thanks for having me.
Okay then, so we just from speaking to our guest, Mr. Jean-Jacques, Dr. Jean-Jacques, for giving us quite a lot of information of who he is, where he came from, and the things that he was able to do. I just want to say now, the West Indies 117 for free. They remain 73 runs to get from 36 balls. Let's see how that is at the 6 overs. And Chase is in. And I know Chase can chase. So let's see really what they can do. So now I would say I'd go with 55% for Pakistan winning and 45% for the West Indies. All right, thank you so very much. And God bless you and have a good night. To all the listeners of DBS Radio and those who were involved on the social media, just want to say thank you for looking up.
Short of the quorum. The Chilean President, Gabriel Boric, has declared 3 days of national mourning for 6 mine workers who were killed after an earthquake struck a copper mine. Rescuers who had been trying to reach 5 miners trapped in collapsed tunnels said all had now been found dead. One of the workers was killed at the time of the incident. Mr. Boric called for a prompt investigation.
Tiene que haber justicia.
There must be justice. As one family member told me, we cannot apply that old saying that justice may be slow